Ah.
You started just as I got pulled into a meeting. Great timing, Will. Sheesh, smile.
You will have to look serious business people in the eye, while I, Will of the Longship, banter in your ear. Purple Monkey Dishwasher. Strange fart sounds. Business, business, business. Sorry, I'm in a strange mood today. Mega Boss, Legend, and Bacon. Watto and welcome. Also, thank you for the bits, friend. And Angel Colina, Watto and welcome. Hey, I mean, Mega Boss, congrats. Now, when you say you got like a wireless N64 controller, are we talking like OG Wavebird or one like the new school reworks? Because both are awesome. I'm just curious. And Angel, thank you for filling the pine gloves. Forgive me with the tippity tappity. No, I hadn't gone live without noticing, but Watto and welcome. So I found a little win for today. Sorry, I think I'm going to be one of those careening around topically. I've, not to the extent of previously, but I've pissed off a tiny group of people on the internet today. So I'm just playing whack-a-mole in a couple places. Oh shit! Did Dinobot just work within... Alright. I guess their threats of extinction kicked in. Feckin' yo! Yeah. So Legend, Lost Flowers, Watto, Angel Kalina, I hope you're doing good. Dinobot lives, Squarepeg, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello, friends. I made the mistake of expressing my opinions on parts of the American legal system, which is never a good thing. Castro, Watto and welcome. I mean, Catastros, it's happened before, it'll happen again, but that's still the funniest. Mainly because I was on a fucking Naruto opening kicker. I mean, okay, say what you want about that brightly coloured ninja show, but those OPs were more bangers than not. There was definitely more hits than misses. Hey, Kestrel, it's not a tiny raid if you've got friends. How was your stream? What were you playing? Tell me your tales! I'm in a very strange mood, and I plan to make it all of your problems. Oh, and Angel, I'm glad to hear you're feeling better, friend. Oh, lovely. Not only did you have fun, but you didn't starve. That's 2 for 2. That's 2 for fucking 2. Okay, well, Kestrel, have a lovely rest of your day. Please give Little Bear our best. And if we see you later, then brilliant. If not, no worry. Scotty! Watto and welcome! Oh, to Wet Paint Gaming, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. And that sounds like a lovely afternoon. I am very much behind on Dungeons and Dragons, but it seems like everyone's been having a fucking great time with it, so yo. And Ragnar, Watto and welcome. The question on what is up with Twitch.television is that while yes, we do live in a capitalist hellscape, of an unending clutch and a spiral from which there is no escape until our post-scarcity Star Trek future comes a-knocking with all the fanciness. However, sometimes it does come up Millhouse. In this particular instance, the Twitch bounty board, that's a promotional tool inside Twitch where game companies can say, hey, you have a channel, we'll give you this chunk of money if you play our game, and it's formalized within the Twitch backend. We were offered a bounty of about $30 for a game called Storyteller. If you haven't heard of it, don't worry, but it is an indie game with pedigree. Based on a 2009 title made by one of the more influential early indie narrative people. It's essentially a very simple puzzle game where you... Hang on. I love this track, but it is not matching the conversation. Same there. There we go. Storyteller, published by Annapurna, is a beautiful puzzle game where you rearrange characters in a 3-panel story, and because of the bits that you change, it unfurls a different ending. It recently came out, and it's been on mixed reviews because of the whole price point to game length conversation. However, Twitch have been offering us $30 to cover this. This also means that I get a copy of the game so I can share it with you all, because money be tight, yo. Thank you again, everybody who threw in money yesterday so we could buy fucking groceries. However, this feels like a win-win. This is a game I'd love to share with you, and we'll talk absolutely about, because I've got Daniel's fucking Wikipedia article up. The gentleman behind this title is one of those that you may not know of him, but his influence in the gaming space has been felt for ages. Oh, no, well, you've got time. I'm going to talk to everybody about stuff and things, so... Yeah, you've got at least an hour before we kick off. And Scotty, the bounty system as a whole is a bit not great. Okay, it's not bad per se, but it's a very complicated system, and I believe is only available to UK and North America still. There isn't a way to do cross-regional promotion, which means you lose a lot of reach, but the activation spend is based on pre-vetted criteria. So, but in this instance, I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth. If Annapurna wished to give us $30 and a copy of the game to share with you a game that I already wanted to share with you, that's $30 we didn't have at the start of the day. Oh, and Vanderbeest, Watto, and welcome. Thank you for filling the pint glass, you fucking legend. And yeah, Ikoa, Dinobot actually did its fucking work today. It's wild. And Scotty, right now there isn't really a perfect system for game promotion when it comes to streams and YouTube. If you want a successful campaign, you've got to kind of mix and match it, or do a lot of groundwork yourself. So... Hey, Scotty, I would fucking love a big old wedge of money right now. As I've been joking, if any of you have been sitting on a chest of cursed doubloons, I'll take it. I'll be a fucking skeleton, part of the ship, part of the crew. I got bills to pay. And yeah, Ragnar, it's one of those oh no, I have to play a game that I wanted to play with you anyway. Oh no, however will I cope? I mean, shit, you'll want to talk about influencer marketing and video games. It is a messy, entangled nonsense web. It's feckin' wild. Oh, hey, Catastros, it happens to the best of us. So Annapurna, originally a film company, have published a swath of arty indie games. I believe Annapurna published Outer Wilds, right? Annapurna Interactive. So they've got like Stray, Neon White, Outer Wilds, What Remains of Edith Finch, Sayonara Wild Hearts. Like, again, they were originally an offshoot of the film company that hasn't been doing so well. And they kind of cut their teeth picking really arty, really tight focused titles. And yeah, you know them. I'm just reminding you. Well, and Scotty, fingers crossed for you getting that big lotto win, mate. I know I probably won't be the first content creator on your list, but if you win the multi-millions, please forgive me for scabbing off you, because... Oh. Anyway. Yeah, Ragnar, they did cat mocap. It's fine. No, the whole sphere of, like, video games marketing when it comes to working with, like, you know, streamers, YouTubers, that lot is so wild. Because, one, it's the newest facet of games marketing and outreach, right? In fact, when I was doing it back in 2013 through, like, 17, you know, I guess by the time I left Rocketworks, the concept of an influencer manager had kind of solidified. But that was a job that was born and created in like 2-3 years. Back when I was community, it was considered outreach. And it was considered like an offhand thing that some people on a community team would do. It wasn't considered a main pillar of like a marketing strategy. And what's fascinating is a lot of companies hired people who didn't come from like a community or marketing background to be influencer managers. They hired streamers and YouTubers because of their contacts and brought them in like that. Similar to how PR people are often hired, not necessarily based on their deliverables, but on their contact list. This is also why like salespeople in traditional businesses will often have things like gardening leave and or non-competes, because it's their contacts that are powerful. But that's another story. And Night Vale and Watto and welcome! I mean, Ragnar, it's not wrong. It's not wrong. Sorry, Ragnar was saying, like, it's like Shadowrun says, you are who you know. There was an interesting thread on Twitter, which I think relates to this, about, like, networking at GDC and stuff. And someone was saying, like, how many people have actually had good networking experiences at, like, parties at GDC. And I had to be, like, not to be a contrarian, but, like, I wouldn't have a fucking career if it wasn't for drinking at events. Now, you don't have to do that. That's not the only path into the games industry, or to build it through. But, you know, for whatever my character class is in this space, like multi-class shaman and like indie fuck-up disaster, like I made a lot of incredibly influential connections by going and drinking and talking with people. Like, I wouldn't have a fucking career if it wasn't for that. Oh, I'm just going to say Jam because my dyslexic brain is tripping me up. But so Jam, we finished the Gourmand yesterday. If you want to go and watch the VOD with the ending of that, please do. And be sure to say thank you, Scotty, because it's only thanks to Scotty that we have it. Well, okay, no. I would have eventually, but like with Outer Wilds, there's like a whole VOD missing because my dumbass gets overworked. So, do thank Scotty. Also, do check out the GDC, there was a stream I did from GDC that Scotty has painstakingly tweaked the rotation so it doesn't make you feel motion sick, and hidden some cheeky little snark at me. I won't spoil it, but it is very funny. No, not Scotty. Scotty. Scotty's... I mean, you can thank Scotty. Scotty's a legend. Scotty, I wouldn't say I'm the wise guy at the end of the bar dispensing wisdom. I'm kind of like, you remember the fast show, like the old guy in the shed, like that. But every time I slam open the door, it's like, let me tell you about indie games. I'm closer to that. Anyway, Lizzie, caffeine, Watto, and welcome. I don't know if it's today or tomorrow that Twitch are declaring Celebrate Your Mods Day. I've not been keeping up on what's going on Twitch. However, Vanderbeast, it should be saying just chatting. It should be. But apparently, Twitch is being a butt today. It does. The title does say Coffee, Banter and Story Time, yeah? This week, I have mostly been playing Raid World. I mean, you're not wrong. And again, I won't spoil any of it, but like, we finished the Gourmand yesterday, and it was worth everything that we put in. Okay. So Lizzie, it's one of those where sometimes I'll update the category and it just doesn't take. It's feckin' weird. Night Valen, every time I think I know what Dredge is going to do, it does something new. So, I'm very much enjoying it. But yeah, it's weird. Sometimes the category just doesn't take, even though I've done everything and hit save. Because, like, the title said Coffee Banter, but I'd updated it to... Yeah. Anyway, sorry. You don't need to know the back end. Hindle, Watto, and welcome. Yeah, it's just... It's a wild thing to think of, is like how many times in my professional career in video games, the right pint and the right bar made all the difference. Like, I'm lucky enough that I can call, you know, Floydo and a bunch of the good EC survivors, I can call them friends. And I wouldn't have that if I hadn't got riggedy shit-faced at the Pine Box in Seattle. But you all know that story, right? Tell me if I need to retell that one. But, oh, where are my fucking manners? Frustrate myself. Which is a terrible and brilliant username. Watto and welcome. Alnus, how goes it? I think I said hello. But no, before we move on, if today is what Twitch is calling like the Mod Appreciation Day, hang on, I love these jams, but they're whimsical, and I want to say, like, Tal, Caffeine, Lizzie, Moose, you all continuously go above and beyond, you know? I still hope upon hope that one day the longship will explode and I can just be like, right, you'll work for me now proper. But, yeah. I've been in a lot of communities, both personal and professional. I've done this for companies and all sorts throughout the years, and I've never had the honor and the privilege of working with a squad of people who get shit done, who are the fucking industry standard legends. And for some reason, you all have decided to hang out with me. I am incredibly grateful, and I don't want to think about what the longship would look like if I didn't have all of your help. So, all of you, raise a pint, a glass, what have you, and cheers. Now, back to our regularly scheduled nonsense. Well, Catastros, it wasn't that Floydo and Carrie don't drink, it's that they don't drink like I drink. But they were too polite to stop me as I kept buying them rounds of drinks. And the thing was, Uncle Sonic was paying. Because during the Rome 2 campaign, I was in charge of outreach, which is why I got talking to a whole bunch of people. So, like, Uncle Sonic was paying for this, like, pink grapefruit IPA that I was buying round after round of. And it was tasty. Night Valen, that's the thing. While I tell grand tales and stories, like, there's always a bigger fish. Like, the strength to which I drink pales in comparison to people in the industry. If you'll... I don't mean it... Big Sue's is a legend. And when I call them Big Sue's, that's not an insult, that's not a fatphobic comment. It's their stature. You know how sometimes you meet somebody who's shorter than you, and yet they are bigger and taller than you? Do you know what I mean? There's just that, like, I don't know. What's that shit they came up with in One Piece? Like, the intensity of a person. Like, you meet someone, and they're here, and yet they feel like they're here. That's Big Sue's. I saw Big Sue's break people. Like, yeah, the charisma, the presence. It's Haki is the one from One Piece, yeah. I still remember Big Sue's being like, do you want a Jaeger bomb? And this was like... I was in chaos mode when they asked that, so I was like, fuck yeah. What I got was a quarter of a pint of Jägermeister with Red Bull as like a delicious garnish. The fact I didn't die that night is surprising, but one guy in our group, I don't even know if he made it out. I think I saw a soul leave his body. As we were heading back to the hotel, and I think this was after the Saints Row party, I remember him sitting in the bar we were drinking in, and he's cuddling like a Corona, like this, and just, he has this like, you know, like when one of the parents in an anime passes away, but they're all like happy and there's like the sunlight on them and shit. It was like that, and just like this happy smile as their soul left their body, and they're just leaning slowly forward, and not like spilling it everywhere, but just gently pouring the beer all over themselves. And it was the kind of bar where no one gave a shit that he was in that state. You know what I'm saying? And Genres, I honestly believe that if Big Sue's wanted to, Big Sue's could have knocked me on my ass with just the intensity. Oh, actually, so Ragnar, don't get it twisted. So, the US is a very different drinking culture, but it's deceptively powerful. The Americans don't do binge drinking, which, I mean, their loss. But outside of, you need to consider, like, in the US, like, okay, you've got the block in the middle, and that's your light beer territory, and or fucking moonshine. There's no in between. Like, you're either drinking something that's basically beer flavored soda, or something that will strip layers of sanity from reality. On the coasts, there's more of a bell curve, but the important thing to remember is that brews and microbrews are super popular on the coasts, and those start at 5%. Like, those feckin' seltzer waters are usually like 3 to 4, 5. So like, White Claws are stronger than a lot of like British beers. Because the only reason I say this is because when I started coming out here, I was drinking a local brew called Bodhisattva, and that ended up getting me shit-faced because it turned out it was like 7%. And I'm drinking it like beer from back home. Yeah. Now, Lost Flowers, bourbon is popular, but bourbon drinkers tend to be flavorists. Now, the equivalent of the heavy drinkers tend to be your dive bar, like beer in a shot types, but they're going for something different. Now, and Ragnar, this isn't anything against you. It's just like, you're not wrong. The mainstream American beers are not good. But there are these deceptive pockets of strong drinkers that can catch you off guard. Oh, and Catastros, I could absolutely believe that Big Sue's was a Bleach character. Like 100%. Lizzie being the sensible PSA, thank you. You gotta spot a real drinker. They ordered a shot with their Negroni. Fucking yo. I will say though, friends, Tobias found it, and we haven't been able to find it again. Imperial seltzers, and they were fucking amazing. So it's that like light, you know, like bubbly water with a little hint of flavor. 9%. That was a good night. C222 got us onto the Imperial Ciders. So it's like, oh, look at this. It's a little can of cider. It's so happy. It's 11%. It's 11% cider. Fucking we. Oh, and Chonorus, it's no worry. Oh, and sorry. I don't mean to hijack the conversation with talking about booze. We're not all drinkers, and I completely understand that. Like, no one is under any obligation in the Longhouse to fucking start slamming shots. I've always been fascinated by drinking and drinking culture, how it's affected by, like, the businesses and how beers and things are sold. And the knock-on effect that has for a culture. See, in the UK, we tend to binge drink. But we also don't have the same access to a breadth and depth of different kinds of alcohols that other countries have, unless you go to specialist places or buy your own. Because most pubs in the UK are owned by like 1 of 3 breweries. So that means that you're really limited in your choices. In the US, it's uncommon for bars to be owned by breweries. It's not that it doesn't happen. However, there are, like, what do they call them? Like, fast casual chains and things like that, like Chili's and shit like that, where you can go get riggedy wrecked on, you know, cheap alcohol and otherwise. There's also a differentiation in drinking culture, especially outside of the coasts, where bars tend to be these windowless time boxes in a strip mall or, like, outside by themselves. It's fucking fascinating. The thing that really struck me was that, like, New Zealand's brewing culture is fucking amazing because it's so far away from anything else in the world. Importing any kinds of beers and alcohols is insanely expensive, so why not make your own? But that created this, like, hyper-competitive brewing scene because the population is so small, there's only so many people who can drink your brew at any time. Firestriker! The hero, the legend. I like the idea of you coming out the guts of the code, you know, dripping with leftover comments. You have done it. We're talking about drinking culture. I mean, it started with me talking about how, in my path through the games industry, you know, going to parties, going to, like, bars and things and drinking with people has been a big part of my professional journey. You know what I mean? And then we just started talking about, like, the differences between spaces. I mean, Ragnar, it's feckin' true. Although the fascinating thing is, the whoops drunk after sitting and drinking is a lovely bit of science. But that's another story. Oh yeah, and Australia, like, you're right, like, you know, the microbrewing scene in Seattle is very different from California. I mean, Firestriker it was either yourself or Stooge that told me that, like, the hops grown in the Greater Seattle region are supposed to be some of the best in the world, which is why there's such an aggressive microbrewery scene around this way. It's fascinating. Okay, Haldrix, I mean, time to write alcohol is always fascinating. Now, well, it's not the only thing, because, you know, colonialization and all of that, but one of the fascinating things is how basically the Roman Empire managed to get a foothold in southern Britain because pre-Micro Ice Age that happened during what we refer to as kind of like the Dark Ages. It was entirely possible to still grow large swaths of, like, grapes and fruit in the south of England. So the Romans show up and go, hello! You locals sure do like getting fucked up, but the things that you're brewing are pretty nasty. Try this wine. Everyone's like, this wine's fucking good. You're like, yo, want to try to grow it? Come hang out. Just let us build a couple settlements. We'll trade some stuff. It'll be fine. And I always thought that was fascinating that, like, the introductory olive branch of this great, you know, consuming empire to the Britons was booze. It worked. by the time the Romans had a foothold, everyone realized, this is bad. It would get worse. And Strager, the only reason I knew about the Oregon wine climate-ness is just from us driving through and Fiona explaining it. But yeah, you're right, it is a bit of a chicken and egg. Did the breweries pop up because, or was it the other way around? Anyway, how are you all doing? Happy Thursday. You've made it past the halfway point in the week. I have a lovely, lovely indie game to show you that Mr. the Twitch is actually going to give me money to show you, which I love. Today we're going to be going through Storyteller, a beautiful game and a reworking of a 2009 title that really had a massive impact on games. I don't know if we will get through it today, but it's likely that we might. However, it's like puzzle construction and how you make stories out of like varying elements is fascinating. Now, the reason why this game's not getting like just purely across the board praise is once again the conversation about game length. Like, Storyteller is it's not $20, it's $15. However, you can work through it in about like 2 hours, probably longer for us with Banter. And so a lot of people are like, oh, I finished everything in this bit, it's not worth the money. It's like, well, surely the impact of the game is what matters, but I don't want to get into that discussion again. You know, the problem when it comes to this discussion is that ultimately, from an industry perspective, it's up to the user. You know, I might not like the fact that users are mad that the game is too short, but, you know, it is what it is, right? Oh, and Frustrates on Friday. Fucking time travel. Skip forward. There we go. MDH, welcome back. Oh yeah, and Catastros, that's a very good point. $20 is very different to people. And, you know, I mean, here's the thing. This is going to be a Twitch bounty, and the Twitch bounty for this is, it is $29 specifically. Right now, that's a lot of money for us. That's a big win. And if you offset the cost of the title as well, you know, that's closer to, bit of maths, that's closer to $45, which is a lot of money. So, it's the eternal problem of really loving video games and the industry around it, is knowing that, like, artistically, it's like, no, the price of a game is its value. You know, it's what you take away from it. That's the ticket to ride. It doesn't matter if it's 100 hours or if it's an hour. If it impacts you enough to be worth that, then fucking go. However, I must also acknowledge, like, user behavior and purchasing habits, that if users buy it and go, I don't feel like I got enough, that's a valid comment. It's just trying to marry those two sides, the realist and the artist, is always very hard. Also, this is a complete aside, but I'm definitely going to stick a little bit more sturdy to my not binging games in early access. Because I looked over Zero Seven, or Seven, or Siva, or however the bloody hell you say it, and I've got nearly 60 hours in that game, and it is... It's killing me because I want to play more of it, but there's nothing to play. And the thing is, the rate at which content is being released for that game is not matching my hunger. And this is a user behavior thing. And so I have a feeling that I'm going to be kind of mentally checked out with Zero Seven as they're adding more stuff. So it's like, will I just wait, start a brand new game, come launch, or what have you? I don't know. Oh no, and Alnus, like, you're absolutely correct. Like, quality is better than length, and it's something that, I mean, it can be easily pointed out with, like, modern Ubisoft design philosophies, and with, like, the quest for gear score as it's become known. You know, the looter-shooter bulking of, well, we'll add a gear system to increase the amount of time spent. You know, put in some systems to make number go up. And that does not a better game make. But, friends, one of the hardest things in video games from a dev side is internalizing user opinions. Because, okay, a lot of the time, most user statements are trash, but the feeling behind those opinions is something you do have to take on board. And if enough people are telling you, hey, your game's too short, like, is it that you left them wanting more? Or No! What? I wish I had a record scratch. Fiona, is this confirmed? Fuck! I'm just loading it up now. Alright, nothing else I had to say. Oh, wow. Fucking wow. I think IGN's getting... Oh, sorry. No, that's cool. It's Everhood, so the volumes. Oh yeah, sorry, we're gonna use our people words. I think IGN's getting DDoSed right now because it's not even loading the fucking page. What? Oh god, friends, Romans miscreants. Time of death: 1:39 p.m. 30th of March, 2029. E3 has been cancelled. Oh, fuck, I forgot to turn my light on. God, no wonder I looked extra ghoulish. I kept seeing my face over here, and I was like, wow, I've got to get some fucking I've got to get some multivitamins in me. Yeah. I'm getting the details as quick as you are. IGN just posted it, and their site's getting DDoSed because everyone's jumping it. The longship has outlived E3. Fuck. Oh, fuck. I hope our friendo's okay.
Yeah. That was my first thought.
Holy fuck. So obviously, there is going to be a lot of people directly affected by this. Like, one of our friends was working on the E3 revival. And I hope they're okay. Now, they're an experienced individual in the industry. Yeah, Lizzie, I can't get onto the site, so you'll have the same details that I have.
I literally just refreshed Twitter, and it was the first, 3 things I saw.
Looks like the BAFTAs just got upstaged. So Ragnar, I don't want to go into details, because it's not my story to tell, but a friend of ours is one of the team that's been working on the E3 revival. So yeah, I can't even get to the article. Okay, let's see if anyone else on the hot sheets has an article up about it. Eurogamer's usually pretty fast. Okay, so Eurogamer. Alright, so here's the information that we have right now. And I quote by Tom Phillips, deputy editor of... Thank you, Hindle. Deputy editor of... Thank you, Hindle. Of Eurogamer. And I quote, E3 2023 has been called off, following days of confusion over which publishers were still due to attend. Word of cancellation comes via an email sent out by the ESA being the company that runs E3. E3's owner reported by IGN. The show has been due to return as an in-person event in June in its old home at the Los Angeles Convention Center. Now, I think you all saw the same things I did, which was everybody pulled out. Yeah. Keely's absolutely gonna take this one. Bismarck, I did see that meme doing the rounds of the Dashcon Bull Pit has pulled out of E3. Oh. Fuck. Picture the scene. I'm at the Figueretto. The Figueretto was this, like, mock, like, Mexican hotel in LA. Usually reserved for, like, community managers and people who were staying on site for E3, but not at the site. But not at the fancy hotels. I think I walked there with Adam Sessler, who was skunk drunk. Adam Sessler is a hell of a drinker and has always been lovely to me. I will fight for that man. My friend Kate, who at the time was at Nintendo, who would go so hard as to get me a Jigglypuff amiibo, was there. We hung out. I met a bunch of other people who had been on the Hot Pepper Gaming Challenge. Chet Falazak of the Anacrusis was there chatting with a person, and I, chatted to him for 2 seconds and was like, hey! Troy Baker was getting lashed with, I want to say it was either Giant Bomb or... No, it was definitely Giant Bomb, doing their, like, E3 cast. And despite everyone tottering around, nobody fell in the pool, an iconic part of the Figueretto's setup. And it was a wonderful moment. Now, the reason why that was such a wonderful moment is that E3 as a show had no heart. Like, walking around the E3 show floor, it was business, business, business. And you'd think GDC would be that, but it's not. GDC's got this camaraderie, this culture, this in it together. E3 is very LA. You are there to sell games, you are there to sell pitches, you are there to put print to page. It is a business. It is not fun, it is not whimsical. The waggling finger of Uncle Sonic watching me do my Rome 2 presentation, while the soulless glassy eyes of the Just Dance dancers once again repeat their routine to Psy's Gangnam Style. E3 was weird. And I do agree with one thing that Keeley said, was that E3 never evolved. They also doxed a bunch of journos a bunch of times, which isn't a power play, but still. Now, we've talked about this a lot as a group, that the things that people consider to be E3 aren't actually E3. They are the press conferences held around E3. 1,000 years in the past, when video games were still chipped from stone, what would happen is that you as a... Congratulations! People of the Longship, I've now promoted you all to game journalists. You are now 90s game journalists. I need to get into that mindset, alright? It's the 90s. You're wearing, I don't know, whatever it is we used to wear in the 90s. You are going to the LA Convention Center. It's time for E3. Now, what are you going to see at E3? Well, fuck. There aren't press lists and email stuff quite like there are now, and there aren't really sites or YouTubers. Naru Hoodie, are we ethical? Alright, late 90s games journalists. Hindu, what's the pay like? Ah! Oh, Hindu, you are funny. But you're going to LA, you're going to E3, and you're going to see all the latest games consoles and all the latest games. But how do you know where to go? How do you know what to see? Because there's a lot on the show floor. Fuck, that's pretty stressful. Don't worry, your friendo's got you covered with a press conference. Now, before they became the grand pomp and spectacle, they were just that. In fact, if you look at Konami's last E3 presentation, that was closer to what they used to be. So a bunch of you would be bundled into like a big old press hall, and the major platform holders would take you through a bunch of trailers and a bunch of announcements for things, with the idea that one, you would write about it, and two, you would then go to the show floor to have a look at it. But those press conferences aren't part of E3. They were orbiting bodies. Initially, they were needed because E3 was so overwhelming that how would you, as 90s games journos, know where to go see or know what to talk about? But then it shifted. The show that was meant to be the set point just started to take a back seat. The pomp and spectacle of the press conferences became this huge show. You know, fucking Microsoft hiring Cirque du Soleil for the Kinect announce. Like, fucking hell, shit got wild. And for a while, the two kind of lived in harmony, but then the shows became less and less viable. They became less and less good.
Reactor online, sensors online, weapons online, all systems nominal.
What's up?
Dandelion, I'll tell you what's up. E3 just died. So, we're waiting on comment. ReadPop has been contacted. Because ReadPop had been brought in by the ESA to jumpstart E3. Yeah. Well, that's okay. So, Scotty Doggy, let us not mistake the past for being perfect. Yes, demo discs and magazines were the past, but those were all controlled by one or two companies. It was a complete media monopoly. Like, Future Games Publishing controlled every video game magazine in the UK. I mean, every games magazine. God, I wish we could do like 90s games journo sonas. And the irony, of course, now is that these days games journalists are held to the highest standards by their readership and have never been in a shittier position. But that's another story. Fuck. Sorry, like, we've predicted that this was a thing that could happen for a very long time. It's wild to have it happen now. Because I thought this year was going to be, like, the kill or cure, the break and reform, or the end of. But they didn't even wait to do an E3... God. That means no more E3 Bowl! The quest for Keeley doesn't have the same bloody ring to it. So Bacon Avenger, let's have a look. Again, we've only got a handful of articles. Like, the email just went out. Okay, so right now, it is just that E3 has been cancelled. So, this does not mean necessarily. However, considering that this year was meant to be the big return, I think we might be looking at bad times. No company would ever announce that fuck it, we're shutting down, because they can save a little bit on the leftovers, but still. Sorry, Legendwood. I suppose cancellation is better than Zombie 3. Fucking hell. E4 will rise from the ashes. Fuck. Yeah, friends, I'm just kind of stunned, you know. Like I said, it's weird because we predicted this multiple times. Now, okay, so what does this mean? So it means that Keighley's Summerfest is now the event of the summer. This does basically position Keighley as a fucking kingmaker. However, what was the previous E3 press conferences will probably still continue around the same time. Because as we've talked about, like, games are still like a cycle. You know, for as long as we are still under the hellscape of capitalism, you know, you want to do press conferences at certain times. Oh no, Hindle. I would imagine Keighley's doing a Mr. Burns laugh right now. As of 9 minutes ago, he posted, "Join together to celebrate what's next in video games. Summer Game Fest returns Thursday, June 8th. Streaming live everywhere." Okay, so Frustrate... the thing I was talking about with the press conferences, those are the big events. So what would happen is, 1,000 years ago, you'd go to a press conference. The press conference would tell you what to look on the show floor. The press conferences grew into these huge events that we now know. And especially during, like, the digital phase, a lot of big companies saw that they could spend a fraction of the price, i.e. not go to LA, which is fucking expensive, put on a show and get the same amount of reach and attention. Like, Nintendo Direct was essentially, like, the spear in 300. No, sorry, let me put it out into a slightly more cohesive manner. Like, Nintendo went, "We don't need you, we'll do it ourselves." Nintendo have continuously done Direct, and it's continuously done gangbusters. Like, any Nintendo Direct is a fucking industry event, right? And it needs none of the going to LA, none of the paying for an expensive space and trying to herd all the journos in there. Yeah, and Alnus, I think you're right, but we'll see what Summer Games Fest does. Now, it's worth saying that Summer Games Fest is going to be a consumer show. So I think, if I had to guess, Summer Games Fest would morph into something closer to consumer shows like EGX and stuff like that. Like, not really a convention, but a place to go and look at and play games. One of those kind of, like, big chunky showcases. Fearless! They just announced E3's been cancelled this year, so we're kind of still standing in the blast wave of that one. And Scotty, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. However, Nintendo Direct was ahead of everybody else. That's what's so fucking wild. Usually Nintendo wait, they watch, they wait, they see what everybody else does, and then they do it better. Much later than everybody else, but they do it better. Nintendo don't do FOMO. But with Nintendo Direct, like, they were the ones cutting a swath. And also, they had puppets that one year, which was fucking great. You get Muppet versions of your CEOs announcing video games, and I'm in, alright? Just saying. Oh, Dandelion, thank you for the bits. What is your off-topic query? And Fearless, like, yeah, it's like no one's surprised, but But it's like we've theorized this was going to happen for a while, but it's still emotionally impactful. Well, Dandelion, I set the bounties. They are up, and if they happen, then fucking brilliant. But it's kind of like with the silly voice stream and things like that. I don't expect it'll ever happen, because, you know, I said some very big numbers. However, Stooge did say that it would be facilitated if it happened, so... yeah. There hasn't been any movement on it, is what I would say. But, Dandelion, thank you for the bits. Like... Oh, Lizzie, I've got to answer the question. Dandy put in the cash. Well, I tell you what, Dandelion, we'll shift Silt. Like, I tell you what, at some point we will do a stream of Silt, because as much as it's probably going to freak me out, it's not first person, it's not 3D, and it's very art house, even if it's going to make me have a little bit of the heebie-jeebies. Because, like, a whole day of doing the silly voice was a huge challenge and a huge undertaking. So, I don't feel Silt... hang on. I don't feel Silt being in that space is entirely fair, you know? You lot already put in a ton of, like, money and time to keep us going. It was the whole day! Oh, my voice was so broken after it. Ragnar's Muppet Will stream would be something to remember one day, but that's something I want to do. Alright. So Dandelion asked me a while back, it was before GDC, asked me how much to do Subnautica in VR. And I said this would be a whole run, alright? Stooge said it could be done. I said 5k. Boof. Now, the reason I said this is that our household is not doing well financially. And if I have to literally look my greatest fear in the face in a VR headset so that, you know, my little household can be fiscally okay, then so be it. Like the colonists who sign up for those fucking well, basically, like colonists who sign up for anything in the Aliens universe. I am prepared to put myself in harm's way to feed these little nuggies and keep our household going. Now, I don't think that'll ever happen. But if it did, I'm prepared. Like, oh no, yeah, Hindle, sorry, jumping back. Yeah, Hindle, we haven't seen the official email or any statement from the ESA yet. But IGN was past the email confirming that E3's cancelled. And yeah, it does look like everybody checking IGN crashed their site to fuck. Yeah, sorry, I'm still just kind of stunned. And this isn't how I thought it would go out. I think that's the other part of it. Like, sorry, I'm checking to see if there's been any more information. Why is the European Space Agency cancelling E3? When you command the stars, you can command the heavens. Heaven or hell, E3 is dead. Ready, rock! Sorry. Yes, I do use Guilty Gear announcer bits as a coping mechanism. So yeah, I'm just keeping an eye on the Eurogamer article. There hasn't been an official statement by ReedPop or by the ESA yet, so yeah. Oh, yeah, and Hindle, not only that, everybody checking the article has tanked IGN. Let's see if it's up. Oh, okay. That was a clever one. Hindle's using the source Twitter basically to go through the Mobley version so you can give it a read. Okay, so we have a little bit more information. So following IGN's report, the ESA has issued the following public statement from Kyle Madish, Global VP of Gaming of ReedPop. Okay, and I quote, this was a difficult decision because for all the effort and our partners put towards making this event happen, but we had to do what's right for the industry and what's right for E3. We appreciate and understand the interest that the interested companies wouldn't have... Okay, we appreciate and understand that interested companies wouldn't have playable demos ready, and resourcing challenges made being at E3 this summer an obstacle that they couldn't overcome. For those who did to commit to E3 2023, we're sorry we can't put on the showcase you deserve, and you've come to expect from ReedPop event experiences. The press event adds that ReedPop and ESC will continue to work together for future E3 events. Okay. Now, that last statement, that's kind of PR speak. They would never say if E3 was dead forever. It's kind of like when a store is in fiscal trouble and they put up, like, you know, temporarily closed, even though it's not coming back. Fuck. The one thing that I did post on Twitter was, well, the BAFTAs just got upstaged. I thought we were going to end up talking about the BAFTAs today, but nah. Nah. Hang on. There we go. Yeah, Bacon, that was the quote we were just reading, because Hindle managed to find us like a through line after fucking... Yeah, after everybody checking IGN crashed their site. Alright, Catastros, have a lovely rest of your evening. As always, wonderful talking with you. To be continued. Naru, look, if you want to do that, you can. However, you may have seen it in meme sphere that someone on itch.io made Mist with a shotgun, where it's literally Mist, but you have a Doom shotgun and you have to kill demons. Sorry, Naru was like, yo, can we just go back to the 90s? Mist just came out. I got a report on it. I got a deadline coming up. Yeah, I'm sorry, I've saddled you all with 90s games journo jobs. Ragnar, the speedy answer. So Tencent is a massive international conglomerate, most prominent in China for making the Chinese equivalent of Facebook. They have huge reaching involvement across a swath of industries, but they have a lot of controlling and non-controlling investments in video games in English language territories. They own Riot, they own League of Legends, and a couple other companies as well. They're pretty hands-off, and they don't really tend to promote themselves, but yeah. For a time, they were one of the two big companies on the planet. It was pretty much like Tencent and Alibaba were like pushing back and forward. I've not looked into it, so I don't know if if they are still the same heavyweights. Like global financials and global business stuff is a bit out of my wheelwell. Yeah, but as Scotty says, Tencent as a company dwarfs everyone else. Like, Microsoft's big, Tencent's bigger. Like... No! Stammering, no! Too soon! Fuck. No! I shouldn't laugh. Fuck, I shouldn't laugh. Stammering just came and went, "What ho, everybody! Everyone else excited for E3 this year? Oh, it's going to be a great lineup." It's already dead.
Keely just tweeted 22 minutes ago that Summer Game Fest is back.
Oh, Keely has had no fucking chill. Minutes after it went out, Keely's like, "Looking forward to Game Fest." It's practically like when you get to hell, tell him Keely sent you. Like, fucking yo. Stammering your terror. Oh, so Ragnar, this is the problem. You get me talking about the games industry. I miss the joke. If they're so big, why are they only 10 cent? More to the point, is 50 cent more powerful than 10 cent? That's what you ask yourself. Yeah, see, that's the problem, Ragnar, is sometimes, especially if it's games industry stuff, the joke goes over my head. Yeah, good. See, Ragnar, your punnilingus was too strong. Fuck me running! Like, yo! Megaboss, it depends on how much damage is done to Benjamin in the process, and whether or not Ben was consulted. I mean, Fearless, you could pitch that to the hard drive, and they'd probably fucking write it. Favor 6, I don't know, did you take any money back with you when we time traveled? Because you don't have a bank account. Ah, yeah, stammering with some proper good 90s stuff. Oh well. Suppose still got Final Fantasy VII to look forward to, and my best girl, Aerith. Nothing bad's gonna happen there. I just can't believe the BAFTAs just got fucking upstaged. Yeah, it's that weird thing of, I'm glad I went to an E3, but again, the actual physical event of it was kind of soulless. And okay, so here's the truth on it. Hang on, I do like feisty flowers, but here's the truth on it, friends. Nobody enjoyed doing E3. Like, it was great seeing industry friends. It was lovely going for drinks afterwards, and depending on who you were in the space, sometimes it was good. But E3 was not fun. E3 was work. And the whole thing used to be is like at the end of the promotional cycle through the summer, everyone always looked forward to PAX because PAX was fun. It was a consumer show that still had press and still had people, and it was fun and good. I mean, shit. The whole brand, one of the reasons why PAX ended up becoming so powerful was like, you survive Gamescom, you survive E3, you survive EGX, and then you get to go to PAX, and it's good. It's good and fun. Like, it's a weird thing, but the heart and soul of, like, PAX events still shines through. Whereas, you know, I guess E3 never stopped being, it never stopped being a purely commercial show. Yeah, Varble's spot on. E3 was a trade show and PAX was a convention. So Ragnar, no news on that, but if something does happen for Gamescom, I will let you all know, alright? What's the stammering? I definitely love Rezzed. EGX kind of suffered from a similar problem of being like an old school, like, consumer show. So not a convention, but a consumer show. Like, you go to EGX and what do? Well, you queue, play games. And that is it. But I loved everybody that I saw at EGX, you know what I mean? Rez was definitely more like a convention. And I'm so glad that while Rez has died, WASD or WASAD has sprung up in its place, which is literally the same venue with the same organisers. I think that's happening this weekend as well. Like, God. Ah, fucking hell. It's never a boring day in the games industry, my friends. It is never a boring day. And Angel Kalina, like, touch wood. If everything comes together, you'll be in this part of the world come the summer. Fucking y'all. I'll do my best, Eagle Lives. I'll do my best. Sorry, we're just kind of, I guess, reeling from E3 gone. Oh, Harmonious. Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Oh, and Ragnar, how is the English dub of Witch from Mercury? Because I know a few peeps that have problems with, like, you know, subtitles and stuff, and Witch from Mercury is quickly rising the ranks as one of the good Gundams. I see, Eagle Lives. It's that thing of no one's really surprised, but it's like you theorize something and then it happens. But I thought we'd see this E3 and it be the last. I guess that's where I was at, because there's a lot of people who are busting their booty to try and Bring E3 back. I thought at least we'd see one big glorious hurrah. So yeah. Press F to pay respects, friends. Press F to pay respects. I literally just tweeted F. That was my, fucking yo. Hang on, let me move it forward. Actually, you know what? Let's just get some smooth jams going. Let's get some smooth jams going, because or some Jet Set Radio jams. Let's go for that. Those last ones were a little bit too...
Nobody wants me.
My ears! Damn it, Too Mellow! That's not very Too Mellow of you. Blow my eardrums out. Fucking yo. Bubbles! Yeah, Aldous, we just got fucking jump scared. Too far, Too Mellow. Too far. Yeah, between the 3DS eShop closing and E3 getting cancelled, it's a bad week for both E's and 3's. It's that weird thing of, you know, I've been to E3s, I've worked them, and like, comparable to a PAX, they suck. I'm sorry. Like, I understand their purpose, but their purpose died a long time ago. And God. E3 was definitely the place where you had to put up with the most wanky businessmen. Like, you'll think GDC is bad for, like, salespeople and smarmy twats. They thrived in LA. And at least with GDC, there's, like, this underlying, like, you know... I still don't know how to classify GDC, because it's not a trade show, and it's not just a conference, right? So, God. GDC is practically a convention in its own right. So Naruhoodie, you know what? That's a good point that we haven't touched on, that this is a year where everybody's being fiscally cautious in like the business space. So yeah, it was unlikely that they were all going to come in and go, that the companies were going to go hard for E3 this year. You know, and Phyllis, that's a very good quote. E3 is for the marketeers, GDC is for us. That's a good point. Fucking yo. Shit's wild. Yeah, sorry, I'm still in awe. You know what? In terms of okay, E3 is dead, so the how and the why are an interesting tale. But I guess I want to focus on a couple of like good stories from E3. Which I'm dragging my brain. I mean, I've told you all the story about being drunk as a skunk and trying to be sober in front of the guy that made the guy who was in charge of the Yakuza series for ages. And Fire Day was always nice. Even if my poor friend did get fucking burnt to a crisp from swimming all day. Have I told you that story, friends? Is there anyone who wants to hear that story, I should say? Because I know the Longship's probably heard it 8 times. There was the Cartwheels of Love with the very last Rome 2 presentation. So Angel Clean was asking, does this lessen the stress of game devs have for demos and stuff? Unlikely. Most of the teams were probably looking to do either showcases or Summer Games Fest. It means they won't need live playable demos quite the same. But I don't know what in-person Game Fest is going to look like, so they might still have to. It does mean they won't have to try and be at 2 shows simultaneously. Hindle, Rome 2 was the one where I did the Gangnam Style-ish dance, but that was a mocap test at home, so that wasn't like an event. So Ragnar, alright, so the tale, E3 had this wonderful little quirk called Fire Day. And the way it works is that because the E3 stands were so ostentatious and so ridiculous, that what would happen is everyone would set up their stands, complete with like whatever pyrotechnics, lighting displays, and weird stuff they would have. And then, the day before open, the fire marshals would go around and check everything. And no one was allowed to be in during that. So it basically meant that if you were working E3 on a stand, you had a free day between setup and between start, which was lovely. And we used our Fire Day to basically just drink mojitos. Because Sega had a no less than 4-star hotel policy. And as a lot of big corporations do, they had a deal with a specific hotel chain. Which meant that my teeny tiny community managing ass was staying in this fucking gorgeous hotel in Hollywood. Like, I think it was like the faux Egyptian one. On Fire Day, I had initially thought that I was going to go out and walk around the boulevard and take photos, but like, even for someone as social as me, Hollywood Boulevard is fucking intimidating. Like, the amount of people trying to like hustle cash off you, sell you shit, you know, it's very much like, if you've been to like a Middle Eastern market and stuff like that, it's like that, but there's 18 people all dressed as Spider-Man trying to get money from you. After very quickly deciding against walking the boulevard, because fuck that noise, I went to join my friendos who were swimming in the pool area. I did not go swimming. I sat in my t-shirt and jeans under a sun lounger and just read them the game news as it was happening while getting fucking wasted. And just ordering round after round of mojitos, because thanks, Uncle Sonic. Anyway, we get an email later in the evening that we're all going out for a team dinner. We're like, we're very drunk, but alright, we can wing it. So the 3 of us had to pretend to be extremely sober. And what we didn't realize, it wasn't just a team dinner for us, it was us and some of the Sega execs, including the dude who was head of the Yakuza team. Now, the reason why I single him out specifically, or as I should say, the Like a Dragon team, because saying he's part of the Yakuza is a very different implication. But the gentleman dresses like a character from that space. So he's got like shiny shoes with like metal gold tips and stuff, and a suit that may have been taken from somebody's private tiger collection, you know what I'm saying? And I'm having to pretend to be sober throughout this, and it was one of the greatest performances of my life. My only big fuck up was ordering a piece of broccoli the size of my face as a side, and looking at it like, what did I do? Oh yeah, Hindle, yeah, I would have got up in flames. Sadly, one of my friendos who was swimming got sunburnt so badly that, like, after the evening, he had to lie down in his hotel room, face down, with just an icy cold t-shirt over him to kind of try and relieve the burn. It was so bad. But that was one of my Fire Days, and it was so wonderful. Yeah, new meaning for Friday for that guy. But yeah, I'm just trying to think of like E3 stories. Like the Cartwheels of Love was the very, very last Rome 2 presentation we did that E3, and it was the last group. It was everybody who'd been waiting and they were tired, and we were like, all right. Me and Craig were like, all right, let's do it. 2 mics, let's bring the fun, and we just decided to just freestyle the whole presentation. Like we gave them the bits, but they were just talking through it, and we had so much fun doing it. We got like an actual proper round of applause from the people watching. We'd then do that same thing on stage at EGX later the year, which is how we survived 10 minutes of padding. I know I've told you this story, but the build broke. Okay, no, the build didn't break. The shaders didn't compile ahead of time, so the loading into the battle took 10 minutes. We had to, live on stage in front of a full fucking auditorium of people, pad for 10 minutes of time with no visuals. Oh, I'm still proud of that.
A lot of times, actually, never. People come up to me on the street and they say, "Hey, that guy raps," and I'm like, "Yeah, I am." And they ask, "Hey, can you freestyle something for me real quick? You know, just real quick to prove."
It feels weird to be jumping into like a teeny tiny indie game after this. So look, I tell you what, friends, I'm gonna nip to the loo. I'm gonna take a breath and just kind of absorb this information for a second, and then we'll keep talking about this. We'll play some indie games. I'll see if more E3 stories shake forth from my noggin. Like honestly, Size Gentleman haunts me, and I still remember the fact that the Just Dance dancers were exactly in my eye line. Because the Rome 2 stage was like a little auditorium. No, not an auditorium. Little amphitheater? I believe that's the correct term. It's like a half circle. So I'm at the bottom with like a big ass screen behind me and a microphone. And I've got rows of people in front of PCs because they'll be playing the build and stuff like that. And I remember because every time I'd start up doing my presentation, the Just Dance crew would start up doing theirs. Oh yeah, Hindle, you're right. Just Cause dancers would be a very different thing. Oh. Alright, friendos. I'll be back in just a sec. I'm just gonna quickly nip to the loo, and then... yeah, I guess we'll chase this news with a really cute indie game with some fucking pedigree. It's fucking wild. Alright, go grab yourself a bevy or a cup of tea or what you have you. I'll be back in just a second, alright? Hello, dear friends. I may need to beg you all for a little bit of extra time, just because I realise I'm ravenously hungry, so I'm going to make a sarnie in just a second. But I don't know if you've all seen, like, Keely is already posting Summer Games Fest stuff, and I was joking with Fiona as like, Keely, mate, at least wait until they're cold. Like, give it a second. Fucking yo. Have some decorum. Mate, it's like he's stepping over a corpse to announce his new thing. Hey, Nora Keely. I mean, I know I was talking about it earlier, but I want to say again that, like, for me, the best part of E3 had nothing to do with E3, and it really was just seeing everybody and hanging out at the Figuretto. The thing is, the Figuretto got redone. Alright, hang on. Let me show you. Figuretto. LA. No, not Fig Tree. Hang on. LA Hotel Figuretto. Is it? No, that's not it. I'm trying to find the old... Okay, you know what? You do make a very good point, friends. Like, E3 was already having a very bad time. Like, Keely was already exploiting a gap in what was left. Hang on, bear with me just a second, friends. Oh, and friends, like, joking aside, I cannot blame Keely for exploiting that. Like, that's how you get shit done. Like, Keely's a mercenary. And by being a mercenary, he's been very successful. Alright, I'm just trying to find... Was it E3 15? Oh, I guess E3 15 I was at Improbable. God. I'm just seeing, like, how much I've taken of, like, pictures of E3 in the past, and like how much I can show you all. God, I should have taken more pictures. Okay, so so these I can show you. So this is my dumb face from my very first E3. If you're wondering why I was wearing shades, it's because I was having serious problems with insomnia during those days. So I looked even more haggard and sleep deprived back then. That was my fancy ass room, which was fucking great. That laptop is probably old enough to drink now. Oh yeah, that was the fucking view from my hotel. So this is 2013 E3. And that's the pool of the infamous story just now. Look how fancy this shit is. Getting coffee. Yes, there were advertisements in the fucking bathrooms. But I had a fucking dressing room into my bathroom. That's how wild it was. Good old rally point. A terrible photo of E3. A worse photo of E3. Uncle Sonic, what's up, buddy? Okay, that tiny blurry photo gives you a little hint of the amphitheater, but it's not a great one. God, my camera was shit back then. The awards we won, good times. The bowling we did. More awards. There we go, that's a better one. So, just me posing by the back of the amphitheater with all the E3 shows and stuff like that. Eagle lives. We'll never know. We'll never know. There we go. Oh, you can't see the proper stuff. I'm trying to see if I can get a big squad. Our little team. This was the same E3 where someone tried to steal the camera squad, the camera stand, and screamed, Sega's back, baby, at me for like 1,000 hours. I think my other E3 folder is just selfies with like peoples and friendos. I don't know if that's interesting to you all. Because basically, so E3 2015, I was still at Improbable. We just announced Ion, which was a game that will never come out. Stammering, I have no idea what you could possibly mean. I've always had a fucking massive forehead. It's just because I've gone for the undershave, which, one, puts me hairline up a bit, but also helps with it, so. Yeah, Hookshot, gotta love some of them games that will never come out, that you spend a large proportion of your life and never get to experience. Yeah, honestly, yeah, E3 2015 was my last E3, wasn't it? Fuck. Shit, that was Dark Souls 3 year. You'll want to see a bunch of Will pretending to be businessy and looking distinctly haggard. Or we can move on to video game stuff, like, you know, 2015 was a long, long time ago. Ragnar, that would be Beyond Good and Evil 2, which has been completely and utterly fucking forgotten. Maybe I can spin it on a stand-in, one mellow, cause the two is seeing double after about 3 drinks. So before I get into trouble, slap you 5 and grab a taxi. Don't even have to ask me if I'm tired. Y'all stay wide like I need my time alone. Hey friends, we don't have to do photo time with Will from 2015 E3 if we don't wanna. Cause yeah, as I said, I'm gonna. 1,000 years ago. Get in trouble. You just want to get in trouble. Do the hustle. Everybody do the hustle. Get in trouble. You just love to get in trouble. Do the hustle. Everybody. Yeah, Harmonious. I'm there with you. I'm still really good friends with all the Abyssal's team. My friend has actually got a fake poster from that game up in his flat, and I still need to get a print of it. Perios! Holy fuck, what a day. Alright, Hookshot, Bismarck, if you want to come on my... So this was the last E3 I attended. where you're going to see a lot of notable faces that were a lot less haggard and a lot younger. God, we did not know how 2013 to 15 was just like a fucking golden age. It was wild. Yeah, Lizzie's right. Aperios, I got to break some news before you, because usually I'd have to get up early enough. So yeah, E3 2015 was just a year where I met people. Yeah, we were announcing Ion at the... So we announced Ion on the Xbox stage, and then Dean was part of the PC gaming press conference. And the rest was just me making friends with everybody and like setting us up, because we thought Ion was going to come out. We really did. Naive little nerds we were. Good old Dave from Boy in a Band. I met him at the fucking airport. He was fucking great. My viewpoint of Dean coming on stage, I didn't take as many photos of Dean as I should have, but that's because like I was also live tweeting and pushing go on all the announcements as he said it. Because let me tell you, friends, you can schedule 1,000 million posts for 1,000 million different social media platforms, but when it's a timed one to go live at the same time as your announcement on stage, guaranteed it all gets fucked. And Aperios, to answer your question, it's kind of a mixed feeling. We all felt like E3 wasn't going to make it. We felt that way for a while. But a lot of us were speculating that with ReedProp bringing in specialists this year to revitalize it, it had a chance. We didn't expect it to just be dead today, you know? Yeah, so this was my view of the Microsoft setup. Although, here's a fun thing. You see the guy looking shifty at the pit in front of the Xbox stand. Those are all people who work for or are like on the stand or are like Xbox evangelists. So whenever you hear those announcements and the crowd goes wild, that's because it's all in-house fans in the pit. I don't know if that's still the case, but it was back then. Good old Day 9. He was a fucking legend. I was just nerding out over him being a cool kid at the PC gaming show, and he was like, yeah, fucking rad. Oh no, this was the rehearsals for PC gaming show. It's like the mark of good people in the industry is like how they treat you when you ain't nobody. Out and about with friendos. Unshine 4, greatness awaits. Well, so Ragnar, they're not paid fans. They're people who are already fans or are working Xbox stands who are then put in a place. So it's not like they paid actors or people to be enthusiastic. They're just very tactically placing people within the audience to create a sound. Yeah, look at me in my fucking business suit trying to be a tosser. Dark Souls 3! It's alright, it's a little game. Next to Battleborn. Poor Battleborn. Oh, there was a whole ass car in the LA Convention Center for that. God, Mankind Divided, Mad Max. Wild times. Yeah! Man vs. Game was kind of my my convention friend, in that I just randomly see him at conventions throughout, or like walking about. It was a good time. Major Nelson. I hate that I'm blanking on that guy. God, there's a photo from 1,000 years ago. Still talk to Lawrence intermittently. Lawrence is fucking cool guy. Ragnar, Deus Ex 3, probably in the next like 3 to 4 years. We might see an announcement for it maybe next year. Or Embracer Group will flip the Deus Ex team and get them working that magic for somebody else. There's Jack. Lucy James. I think Lucy's over at Giant Bomb now. God. Lucy James is one of those people who's just intrinsically fucking cool, and I am surprised that they even still talk to me because I'm a fucking dork. Look, Aperios, it wasn't like I was trying to pull a thing. I was overheating so badly. Like, you'll see it in a bit where you can see just how badly I'm sweating. The other half of good old Inside Xbox turned Outside Xbox. I think that's Hat Films. I don't know what they're doing now. They kind of made a name for themselves on Minecraft stuff. Yeah, the fucking... I've known Megaran for ages, and Octopimp's always been fucking cool to me. I'm so happy Octopimp is now kicking ass in video games, because I was fighting so hard to get him into so many games. Because, if you're not aware, Octopimp also streams on twitch.television and is an incredible voice actor. I was trying to get him into stuff like back in like 2013. Could not get him traction for love nor money. So it's really cool to see him like kicking ass and being in like Guilty Gear and a bunch of stuff. Caffeine and Haldrick says that Hat's merged into Yogscast. Oh, good on him. A couple of nerds, you wouldn't know who they are. Someone once said that I look like one of those blend filters in this picture. Like, both faces have been kind of smushed into one. And I feel called out for that. You'll notice I do not pretend to be a cool kid. Cliffy B! My view from the PC gaming show where Dean was doing announcements was funny as shit because a guy on our row kept falling asleep. And he was snoring. Not loud enough to disturb anybody, but that I knew. And every time an announcement would happen, and everyone would start clearing, he'd wake up suddenly and start going, "Hey!" And then as soon as he went back to the talking, he'd just cross his arms and just be like... PC gaming show went on for like 3 hours. It was supposed to be 1. Fucking wild. Wolfgrad, these are pictures of the last E3 I went to, which was 2015. Which is fucking wild. Dean doing a talk. This was back when I was at Improbable pre-Rocket Works. Dean and Brian, the glowing... they were announcing a brand new graphics card, and that was the box for it, which I thought was the fucking coolest thing. The venue turned into a rave as the PC gaming show kind of morphed, and no one was really sure what was going on, but suddenly there were like face painters and ravers, and it was a thing. Brian looking stoic. I was riding high that day, so I got my face painted a whole bunch. I think that's pretty good. I think that's a good look. Also, Bacon, thank you. And yeah, so Wolfgrad, yeah, we're doing E3 memories. The following day in the following setup, I went a little bit more cash this time. Despite my powers, I could not pull forth the Ultra Greatsword. But seriously, this whole statue had like black ooze coming forth from the corpse in the center. Stammering Gamer, what's Dark Souls 3? A miserable pile of secrets. Bacon was actually the same display, which was deconstructed and put up at PAX. Because here's what would happen. People would usually tour with their stands, or would have them made specifically for E3, and then hit a couple of events, and then take them to PAX at the end. And the irony, of course, being is that people at PAX would have such a good time with them. Yeah. I can't remember if this was XCOM 2. No, yeah, this was XCOM 2. This wasn't War of the Chosen. Remember when YouTube gaming was a thing? YouTube gaming used to be a massive part of the scene. It's so wild. Fucking dead now. It's less than 1% of Gearbox. Randy Pitchford. God, Fallout 4 hadn't come out. Now, I forget which Metal Gear this was. Oh, no, it was 5. You can vaguely see just how badly I'm sweating. I had to do the pose. Ah, pretty. There's a picture that says 1,000 words. Friends, thank you for letting me go through a little journey on these pictures, alright? I really appreciate it. I guess I kind of wanted to, and I just wanted permission. Street Fighter 5. Hey! There's Chet. Mildly perturbed by my existence. The fact that Chet still talks to me is amazing, because you have to imagine, like, this is my usual... I guess this is a little calmer than I used to be back then, so... Yeah, I was a lot. It's the Corridor guys. I think they were still small back then. There was a time when Corridor Digital was potentially doing stuff with DayZ. So they knew Dean, and if things had continued, we probably would have worked with them. Oh yeah, Findle, it was weird times. Yeah, Bacon, I was trying to be professional. And yeah, Dindle, it's Corridor Digital. This is before they started doing, like, before they had, like, the big PC gaming setup and the merge and everything. God, they're a massive entity now. And everyone's mad at them for their anime video. God. When did Game Grumps start? Because I don't remember if this was pre or post. But yeah, I finally got to meet Aaron at E3 that year, so I'm real stoked for that one. Friends, this is one of those photos where... Nope. So this is one of those photos where all of these wonderful individuals are, like, fulcrums in games. And yet... also, I think that's Jason Schreier in the background as well, but curse my blurry-ass camera. But yeah, this was the Fig after dark, you know. Such wonderful people. It's all right if you don't recognize any of them, but they're the kind of individuals in the games industry that don't get mentioned as much as they should, but had huge sweeping effects. Oh no, Eagle lives. The cameras have gotten better, but I continue to be a fucking dork on selfies. Okay, Game Grumps aired 2013. Alright, so I guess the change from Ego Raptor to Game Grumps Aaron Hansen had happened. Ah, good old Troy. I'm very drunk in this photo. Back when he could afford socks. Same squad, but in colour. Oh, fucking bless him. These are individuals, so Neil is a PR and games legend. Same with Alex. I think Alex is one of the PR people for Embracer Group now. It's a fucking legend. And another person who has always treated me the fucking best, regardless of whether I've been, like, huge or indie or otherwise. Henry and I served together on Total War. Henry actually came up with and directed the unboxing video. The old multiplayer squad. Oh, good times. Multiplayer would just hire out a restaurant instead of getting a business meeting space, and it's the smartest fucking play. Oh, Hindu, there were levels of drunk. So, like, that's on the way, that's extremely drunk with. The Fig was an event. Oh, yeah. And I don't remember if 15 was the year I met Mikey. No, it fucking was, wasn't it? Because I spied him near the Payday 2 booth, and I was like, Mikey! And now I'm very honoured to call Mikey a friend. Oh. Friends, thank you for letting me go through, like, oh, sorry, I almost forgot the most famous person I met at E3 that year. Motherfucking Yanni! Yeah. Like, I don't like to big myself up, but step the fuck back. I know Yanni. Personally. And no shit, that was the real Yanni. From on stage. Yeah. Yeah. What? I know Yanni. How you gonna step to that? curious. I don't actually know if Fiona went to go see Mikey. Fiona didn't spend a lot of time in the convention hall, just between running the events and catching up with everybody. Gear graphic. E3 is dead. I didn't think we'd see it. I didn't think we'd see it today. That's for fucking sure.
I got a lumpy face, my hair is scraggly. I'm all lonely, nobody wants me. Except for the other monsters, we doing monster things. When you block cop bones like chicken wings. Spot me watching Nosferatu.
Okay, so gear graphic. Let's hold fire on celebrating. Let's hold fire on celebrating until we know. Because while I'm not one to usually stray into, real-time American politics, but ooh, this is going to be a day for news. Lizzie, thank you for throwing in there. So, friends, let's not celebrate just yet. Let's not jinx it. But let's fingers crossed, all right? No, and gear graphic, like, thank you for letting me know. Like, that would bring me sweet, delicious joy. Just a tiny piece of the fucking 4 years of constant anxiety and nonsense personally inflicted on each and every one of us. Okay, but yeah, we can hope. Pinch of hope in these trying times. Here's the thing, friends. I'm trying to dry out at the moment. Like, I am not giving up alcohol for good, but it became very apparent to me through GDC that I've become pretty, let's say, alcohol reliant. Which means I need to cut back. That's a good thing. But they can't keep giving me reasons to... They can't give me a reason to celebrate. That's not fair. This is a test of my will and endurance.
Just looked at my son's homework, and he wrote that the guinea pig is his favorite animal, and drew a picture of Will holding his nugget. I died XD less than 3.
That is the cutest shit ever! Sorry, Keldra, like, sincerely thank you for the bits. With your permission, like, would you mind sharing that in, like, Creation Celebration? Because I'd love to see that. I keep any and all memes and things drawn of my dumb self, and that is the cutest shit. So I have all the things that Little Bear drew back in the day and all of that. I keep it all. I still need to find a place to hang one of the big boards, but the plastic cover on it fell off, so I don't know where to put it right now. Oh. Yeah. What a fucking day, friends!
I once asked my German friend if they knew the square root of 81. They just said no. Have a dumb joke in these trying times.
So, Pun Spectre, frickin' thank you, you terror. And thank you for the bits. I wouldn't say we're in trying times, it's just everything is happening all the fuck at once. This is just wild. 2 hours of Wafflemancy, like, E3 reminiscing. God! And fingers crossed, a tiny bit of justice in this fucking world. And Bacon, thank you for filling the pint glass. God, what a wild time. I will. Okay, hang on. Let me pause the jams because I don't want us to seem like I'm kind of celebrating it here. There is one thing I guess I want to say as like a little cap on the E3 discussion. E3 is not a good event. It's not fun to attend. It's a mess. It's in downtown LA, which means it's expensive and risky. I think I told you all about the Ouya launch party. I still have nightmares about being in charge of something like that. Actually, if I didn't tell you the story, when Ouya had their launch party at E3, they held it near the convention center. What they didn't do was check the map, because it was literally other side of the tracks, and it was free food, free booze. Free food, free booze, no guest list, and it was Zerg-waved by... It was Zerg-waved by the citizens of LA. They had a bad time. What was I saying? Oh, yes. E3 was not a fun event to attend. It was work, it was business, it was hard. You had to wade through a swath of individuals that weren't really too concerned with video games as a medium or as an art. And a lot of people were just trying to grub free stuff. Like, E3 used to be the one where people would go on quests as to who could get the best swag. But I will say this. It is still a testament to the wonderful heart of the games industry that even in its most corporate shitty space, you could still feel that camaraderie with others in the same field. You know, I showed you all those photos from the Figuretto and stuff like that, and from meeting people and hanging out. The event sucked, but the people, okay, the core of the people were wonderful. You know, I'm not thankful for E3, but I'm thankful for all the people that I got to meet, you know? Back when Vernon was doing Hot Pepper Gaming, I met him at the Fig, and he introduced me to so many people, and now for the most important news of the day, Will has dinosaur nuggets. Fuck yeah! I have the appetite of a toddler! Thank you! Actually, no joke, dinosaur nuggets are the best kind. Sorry, Gig Graphic, by the time you get here, these nuggies could be gold. So yeah. Hookshot, like, GDC is a much better event than E3. And it's wild to think that, like, it's also cheaper to attend. I mean, I don't know what the costs would have been comparable this year. Dino! Nuggies! But yeah, like, I feel bad for the people at ReedPop who have been busting their asses trying to resuscitate E3, trying to bring it back. You know, they were handed an impossible problem, and it feels unfair on them that they didn't get the chance. Dino Nuggets for life! Because let's remember, E3 was actually spun off from an old industry trade show that was more about technology. When the game side started to outpace the technology side, that's when E3 was formed. And I think that's fascinating. If you'd like to know more about like the origins, there is a series which I believe is on Amazon and a bunch of places called Halt and Catch Fire. Well, it's not...
I'll take that Jarldom, thanks.
Fucking hell. Look, Quasi put in a lot of money to take that Jarldom, so y'all are scary. But no, like, my love and respect to everybody that was giving it a bloody good go to try and bring E3 back. I really respect it, and I'm sorry they didn't get the chance. I shan't mourn its loss, but I will respect those that tried, and while it was a trash event... While it was a trash event, it let me meet and reconnect with a lot of people that I'm very happy. So, yeah. Oh, okay, Bacon is saying as Jarl that demand more Dino Nugs. That I can do. Oh shit, hype train. Sorry.
And now, I proclaim a train is in effect.
You did. Like, you grabbed the Yaldo and then you were like, summon train. Fucking yo! Alright! You fucking did it! Amsterdam, that's a good lineup and all.
Trash event.
Yeah, but... Sorry, Hamsternator, fucking thank you. You managed to get Gilbot 9000.
The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle.
Yeah.
Our 4 reptilian
Tyler the designer,
have
Rakami,
overcome the arc villain Shredder.
Tisnika, and Ulven Magi. Whimsical, mysterious, Magi. Oh, and Keldra, the mug is Death Before Decaf, which I believe was a gift from Hindle. Oh, or are you talking about the picture? Let's have a look.
What's the name of a dinosaur's favorite all-purpose cleaner?
I don't know.
Comet.
I mean, it cleans everything real good, especially your neighbors.
Special Dino. E3 Ceratops.
Bravo, Wolfcrab, bravo! I'm sorry, I was just reading, what Gear Graphic was saying about a friend being like, AAA video games are dead! The fuck is Elden Ring? Indie? This tiny plucky team called From Software.
Oh no, I just had a thought. Were there also Triceratops?
Ah! One, I refuse to comment. Two, the TV show Dinosaurs now takes on a whole different meaning. Actually, who published Elden Ring? Was it... Was it Bandai Namco? Was it self-published? Yeah, it's Bandai bloody Namco! You know, that tiny company what owns Gundam. Those plucky upstarts. Fucking yo. Yeah, Gear Graphic, I'm sorry you're having to deal with a friend who has cheese brain. Again, I will continue to... Yo!
Hype train, more like Dino Nuggy train.
Fucking... so, Dear Bacon, sorry. Dear Hair Dragon, fucking thank you. Yeah, I'll eat Dino Nuggies for that. Fucking yo! What a fucking good day.
Obviously, we need a museum study about the possibility of Triceratops. I hope we can get funding. Remains to be seen.
Bravo! Bravo, puns! I guess maybe I got enough sleep because the puns aren't hurting today. I'm kind of celebrating them, but it could just be because of the wild nonsense of everything all at once. Oh shit!
Train.
I mean, fucking yo! Train! Airman, you fucking legend. Heck of a day. But yeah, getting dinosaur nuggies in my system. And the thing is, friends, we're about to have tonal fucking whiplash because the indie game we're playing after this is like super cute dark comedy puzzle based on an indie game from 2009 that was not successful but wildly influential. Yeah, the derailment of Dino Nuggy train is happening here. We're going off the rails. Rails were only a vague guideline.
In the pursuit of punishment, does a dinosaur toot count as a blast from the past?
Answer yes. Fucking yo. Sorry, Pun Spectre, Eraman, Air Dragon, Angel Colina, all of you. Fucking thank you. You're keeping me fed while Fiona is keeping me fed. Also, I do think there is a science to why dinosaur nuggies taste better. I think it's because you get more breadcrumbs to your chicken. Well, so Rainier, Mead Points will be getting a revival. Next week is Longship Day. Now, I'm in two minds. One, it would be great if on Longship Day we unleash a whole bunch of new Mead Point stuff. However, the potential for dabs is terrifying because a lot of you have got like bonus streaks from the new system that Twitch put in. And the chances of my arms fucking dying are very high. But is that not the price I pay for sitting in this bloody chair? There's also the discussion of whether or not counter dabs should return. Because the reason why they got disabled is because the system broke. No one was seeing counter dabs. So people were spending buttloads of Mead Points and nothing's happening. Which is not cool. So, alrighty. Friends, miscreants, individuals of the Longship, thank you for a monstrous train to cap off what is turning into a wild fucking day. Tell your friends, when the games industry comes at you, it comes at you fast. Yeah, and Hindle, I've been thinking about that because it's kind of like the counter dab is basically the blue player of the Longship.
My Mead Points are the sword of Damocles.
Alright, bravo, Fearless, bravo. Okay, so Warcrowd originally thought the counter dab was a dab in the other way. Alright. Anyway. Oh, no, so Keldra, I was just waiting to see when it popped up. Aww. Well, one, Keldra, please, 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 tell little Drake that I love the do. The little guinea pig looks a lot like Cleona, and I love the Skull and Crossbones mug because, and this is why I was mentioning Hindle, like, this is my one today which says death before decaf. So, that is feckin' cute. I love the fact that to specify that it's a guinea pig owner had to be in the picture. That makes me very happy. Fucking yo. What a day! Rest in pepperoni, anyone who released their video game today. Ripperoonie. friends, I'm sorry. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. The thing I kept saying to Fiona is, rest in pepperoni, the BAFTAs. No one gives a shit. Oh. Okay. So I've consumed nuggies. We've had a hype train. Let's change gears. So, today, I'd like to show you a very special game. Now, the game is called Storyteller. It came out this month. And at first glance, it's like, oh, okay, it's just another cute indie title. Soon as... Oh, come on, Valve. Valve, don't be a jerk. There we go. To have a look at it, like, it looks like a super cutie patootie title, not too dissimilar from titles we've seen in the past. The idea being is that you have to engineer a situation by tweaking the people in the story and having these like knock-on effects. It was originally a 2009 game, which I think was Flash. And it was put together by I'm gonna mispronounce his name horribly. Daniel Benragui? As a wonderful games designer and gentleman from Argentina, which is why I know I'm butchering his surname. And he's made games like such as Today I Die and I Wish I Were the Moon and Storyteller. Now, the thing to understand is like Storyteller came out in 2008. It then won awards in 2012 at the Independent Games Festival's Innovation Award. And Daniel's done a whole bunch of talks at GDC and other spaces, and this has been something kind of like brewing for a long time. For a lot of people, Daniel was their first introduction to games not being about conflict. Puzzle, yes, but not conflict. See, in Storyteller, what you're trying to do is engineer an outcome by moving people around. So you put two people in a frame, and then you put love hearts above them, which makes them a couple. And then in the next frame, you want to engineer heartbreak. So you put a gravestone, and one of the characters' faces on the stone. So the character experiences heartbreak because of loss. And that's how you put together that whole puzzle section. Now, this is, I guess, technically a sponsored stream. Using the Twitch bounty system, I am going to be streaming this Mother Hubbard proper. But this is a game that I wanted to share with you all. And the reason I hadn't had it on schedule is because it's $15 and I didn't have $15. So, yeah, we're going to be tearing into that in just a second. So, yeah. Sorry, I am hunting a bounty. We just finished talking about... we just finished talking about the death of E3, and I was showing some E3 memories and stuff like that. Fucking wild. Okay. So, sorry, are you suggesting that the death of E3 dropped fancy, oh, where's the... No, not the calculator. Storyteller. Are you suggesting the death of E3 dropped cosmetic loot? Because that would be thoroughly amusing. This book sure is loud! This book is very enthusiastic about being here. Kidding me? Where's the... Fine. We'll adjust it here. Actually. Volume mixer. There we go, right. Where's our... Where's the game? Storyteller. Boosh. How's that? Is that better? Can you hear me, Clem Fandango? No, I don't want to quit the... You're messing with me, game. You're messing with me. Okay, it is better. Okay. So, it is my absolute pleasure to introduce to you all Storyteller, a book about building stories. If you haven't seen any of Daniel's work, I cannot recommend it highly enough. I think on... I hate it when it does that. The only other commercial title that Daniel is credited from having doing on Steam is called Dungeon Rescue, which is a, and I quote, a roguelike where you rewind to find the optimal path through monsters, treasure, and secrets, which looks feckin' grand. I think I got it from an E3. An E3. God, I got E3 on the brain. I think I got it from a BAFTA one year, and it's one of those wonderful puzzle games where the premise is very simple, and the new flavors and twists per section are exceptional. I particularly liked the ghost busting one where you have to lay a trap and then lure the ghost across it. Sorry, I don't know where the beret is again. It happens each time I do a clean. The beret's... It's almost like I don't control the beret. It has a mind of its own. This is published by Annapurna, so you know it's good. But it's wild that right now we are playing a reworking of a game released in 2008 with a vastly different art style and additional complexity. Honestly, you know what? I'm just going to get started because it's much easier to just show you how these puzzles come together. Yeah. And Dustin, I would say Annapurna are very good at picking the right games. Because I spoke to some industry friendos and they said that, like, Gorogoa was in development and financial fucking hell for ages. And that Annapurna was kind of very responsible for helping them actually release. And because of that, like, Gorogoa ended up being this wild success. Sayonara Wild Hearts is brilliant. And the fact they got Queen fucking Latifah to do VO for it. Like, fuck, that's cool. I don't know what, in any capacity, I would ever need Queen Latifah VO for my life. But I like to imagine that if I ever did need it, it would only make things better. So, okay, introduction. At the end of this book lies a crown. How very British royals of us. It is bestowed only to the finest storytellers of the realm, which means I'm going to fucking win it. Every page is empty, save the title. And it is your duty to fill these pages with the most captivating of tales. Complete this book. Prove yourself worthy of the title of Storyteller. Fuck yeah! I tell stories good like! Tales of love, heartbreak, and the afterlife. What is love? Adam stares alone, finds love, dies happy. Make a story with this title. Okay, so we've only got 2 pieces, but it's taken us through the basics, so... Oh, that's pretty cool. Sup, Adam? Oh, man. Adam be sad. What if Adam hung out with more Adam? No. Can't do double Adam. Oh, I love it! Sorry, Dustin was just telling us that in Sayonara Wild Hearts, the presence of Queen Latifah was actually thrown up by the devs as kind of an offhand joke, like wouldn't it be cool? And then it was real. That's fucking great. Yeah, sorry. Alright, now, you all can guess this one, because this isn't oh, darn it. This isn't overtly complex. This is just getting us into the rhythm of it. So, alright, Adam's sad. Adam's sad because he's got a leaf instead of a pee-pee. But, in front of the arches of the implication of marriage, we can pop sad Adam and then be like, Eve, yo, what up? Congratulations, literally the only 2 people. So there we go. Adam starts alone, finds love, dies happy. So then we can put Adam on there, and job's a good one. But we can also add sad Eve if we want. Now, I like to think that Eve went on to go get some good times. So, well done. So there we go. We have now made... Adam has completed his story. But now, a spot of heartbreak. Eve dies heartbroken. So, we have the scenes. Scenes of love, of death, and more death. So, what up? Adam, Eve, lovely to see you. But, oh no. What's that? Adam suffered from plant genitalia death. Oh no! Adam has died. How sad. Eve, I'm sorry that your partner died from having plant genitals. I hear it's contagious. So, Eve dies heartbroken. So, Eve is heartbroken at the loss of Adam, and then Eve dies. The end. Well, so Favor 6, later on, we're able to change the relationships between people dependent on the scenes as we construct them. Again, right now it's trying to just take us through, which is why it's going for the most very basic of, like, you know, standard cis pairings. But later on, we can kind of mess with things a lot more. Sorry, not to mess with things, but we can arrange the characters in a much more interesting manner. Oh yeah, let's put Adam in the last, see if he shows up as a ghost. Oh shit, yeah he does! Sad Adam, he's a ghost. Yeah, Nara, if you will, a very first tutorial. Alright, so now we have the afterlife. Seeing the ghost of a lover. Adam, dead. Eve, dead. Adam and Eve. Okay. Oh, the ghost of a lover. Sorry. Alright, so. Alright, so you cool kids over here. Like, look, oh, it's so happy. They're in love. You noticed in all of these, Eve absolutely fucking outlives him. My heart is broken. And then, Eve again. Spooky ghost! Sorry, I had to do a little bit of a rearrange there. So they had to die in the middle so she can see him as a ghost later. Verdant, washo and welcome. Oh no, I hope your laptop's doing alright. Okay, and chapter 1 is cleared. The haunting challenges. Okay, sorry, so to unlock the ceremony, we have to get 51 crowns. So, alright. Oh, hang on. So we did chapter 1. Now we're on to chapter 2, Broken Hearts. Recovery, Miracle, Unlucky, and Grief! A heartbreak is healed. See, here we can construct, like, different setups. So we can have, like, Edgar and Bernard. Edgar and Bernard get married, but Bernard dies. That's not very Edgar Allan Yo of him. But, you know, I don't know, Isabel seems like they're down for party time. And they remind me of Abby from Stardew Valley. Oh, it's tangent time with me, Will. Who's the ginger lass from Stardew Valley that, like, I believe they're like the builder? and also there's an extra challenge to do it without death. Heartbreak is healed without death. How do I do that? Can they be double married? They can be double married. Oh! Lover gets married to someone else. In this construction, Bernard has no idea who Lenora is. Okay. Okay, so Frustrate, Naru, and Lost Flowers are saying that Ginger Lass from Stardew Valley is Robin. All throughout GDC, there were these massive posters of Robin, and I think it was to do with like a live... No, it wasn't a live service thing. It was either for a specific GDC talk or a specific, like, third-party solution that the Stardew Valley team use. But you have to understand that, like, Robin's pixel art, designed to be teeny tiny, when blown up to, like, bigger than a car-sized poster, Robin gained this sinister, judgy quality. Still has Robin's wry smile and down-to-earth, you know, green checkered attire, but the eyes fucking followed you. And the smile became almost like, ah, I see you, tiny game developer. No, I'm just watching, seeing, judging. Like, that was the vibe it gave across. I don't know, Hookshot, I don't know if any of the GDC crew are still in, but, like, back me up here, right? So Naru says, middle, Lenora to wed Edgar. And Lenora wed Isabel. Ah, of course! It's not Edgar or Bernard's heartbreak we had to heal. It was Lenora's. Because Lenora wanted to marry Edgar, but couldn't. Yeah! This is why I love doing puzzle games with people who are smarter than me. Alright, so next up, Miracle. So a heartbreak is healed. So we have only 2 characters. So we have Wedding, Death, Revive, Wedding again. Lenora and Isabel. So you'll notice in this, we only have 2 characters specifically, and it's not just, you know, the standard Adam-Eve pairing. Jumping back in chat, none of the GDC crew are either here or backing me up. Thanks, team. Isabel looks like the sort who'd come back from the dead. Woohoo! Also, the lovely little, like, harp and harpsichord covers of classical tunes is very fascinating. Alright! Welcome to my absolute favourite sitcom of this year, Everyone Rejects Edgar, where Edgar's a piece of shit, no one will marry him. So basically... Alright, so I think I know what needs to happen. Fuck you, Edgar. So Lenora and Isabel get married. Isabel passes away. Lenora remarries... Oh, no, okay. Yeah, Ragnar, I think it's wedding, death, wedding, death, wedding, death. Edgar needs to be rejected each time before they get murdered. Okay. Oh yeah, and Varbles, that's just kind of built into the Twitch bounty system, so it's meant to be like a click-through to Steam. Whether or not we finish this game entirely today or not, like, this is definitely one to consider getting for people that don't... That either want something a little bit different from their puzzles, or kind of likes, like, the lateral thinking setup. I played the 2008-2009 game back in the day and fucking loved it. But yeah, so, alright, so Lenora and Isabel are married. Edgar gets rejected by Isabel. Edgar gets rejected by Lenora. Sadly, Isabel passes away. It's been a good time. Lenora decides that it's time to settle with Bernard. You know, Bernard's not the grand love of their life, but they have a commonality. They work well together. Their lives are in a certain kind of wonderful harmony. And then Edgar runs in, but like, Bernard, you're the last person alive. Fuck you, Edgar Allan Poe. And last but by no means least, alright, surviving spouse finds comfort. Stories can use fewer frames. Oh, okay. I think it's time for Isabel to have the best time. Alright. So yeah, so we have 2 weddings, 2 deaths, and a hangout. Right. Alright, Edgar, you can have a happy ending this time. You know what, Bernard? You and Lenora worked well together. Just kidding! Bernard's dead. Just kidding! Edgar's dead. And Lenora and Isabel find comfort together. I mean, sorry, it would have been a love triangle if we hadn't killed a lot of people off, so it's more of a love flat line. A love Lego pyramid with the top missing. Lovely. Ooh, chapter 3, Apparitions. Sorry if you'd like to. Sorry says, can we do one? Yeah, apologies for screaming ahead. I really loved the original, so I apologize that I'm kind of screaming into it. Alright, so this one is Edgar shocks himself. Not like that. So we have Edgar as our only character, and we have 3 scenes. Death, amnesia, and a middle. So we could kind of have Edgar hanging out, looking at a mirror, then give him amnesia, and then give him the mirror again. And Jem, like, if you do decide to pick this up, like, this was put together by one of the hidden influential devs in our space, so, you know, you'd be doing it good. Ooh! Verdon makes a good point. What if he forgets he's a ghost? Amnesia, mirror, death. So that would be... You know what? I think it's... death, amnesia, mirror. So that he sees himself and goes, ah, fuck, I'm dead! I'm Edgar Allan Poe, but I'm more like Edgar Allan. No! Oh, fuck you guys. I think I'm funny, alright? Confused ghosts. Got it. Yeah, what is the 6th sense in 3 frames? Did I ever tell you, I wouldn't say a good friend, as I wouldn't want to claim that I know them well, but a friend of mine around the Seattle region got 3 panels tattooed on their arm, so they can just doodle out like a little 3-panel skit with people. I always thought that was super cool. Dismay. Okay, so rejected by own spouse. So we have revival here and death. Now, I think we all know where this goes. Somebody marries somebody, they die, then the original spouse remarries, only to have that person revive and come back. Yeah, Dustin, if he starts shotgunning beers, he's Edgar Allan Poe. And you know, he gets up really early in the morning and moves really fast, he's got that Edgar Allan go. Naru, while I believe till death do us part does affect, the dead might not know. So yeah, so we have a wedding. So Edgar's gonna marry Isabel again. But, oh no! Sorry, Edgar. The consumption has taken you. So, but don't worry, Isabel. You're fine. Lenora's all about that. But wait, what's this? Coming in from the Shadow Realm with a steel chair, it's Edgar Allan Go! Isabel is not okay with this. Kind of feels like we're playing with people's lives a little here. Alright, now Reunion's got a challenge. Okay, so it says heartbroken spouses are reunited. So I think we have to solve it first before we get the challenge. Yeah, Naru, everybody is weak. Guinea pigs get it. Oh. Yeah, I think... Yeah, so they both... So one dies, and then comes back, only to see the other has died, and then they're both revived and remarried. Sorry, so wedding... Edgar and Lenora. Sup? Ah, shit. Edgar's dead! But don't worry, everybody. Death can't keep a good person down. Just kidding! He returns from the afterlife to see Lenora dead. Just kidding! Lenora's back! Now it wants us to do the same thing, but with ghosts. So we just take out that frame and that frame. Oh, okay. So we need to revive Ed... Oh, we've got a fucking Romeo and Juliet this bullshit. So Edgar's heartbroken and then just goes... KO! You know what? It has immediately struck me at this exact and very moment that I am extremely glad that during the era of the classics, the era of William Shakespeare, probably stealing plays from other people, that there was not live Twitch chat, that there was not F's in chat as Romeo fucking jobbed himself by mistake. I think, perhaps, that the Royal Shakespeare Company would not be improved by hype trains and emotes. And I realised that I am entirely part of the problem. And Fred, Watto and welcome. Yeah, F's for Romeo. Romeo just fucked up. Could someone please clip that? Mercurio based. At some point though, friends, I do really want to talk about how the early DiCaprio Romeo and Juliet make, taking classic Shakespeare and superimposing it in like hyper queer coded LA gang culture was fucking inspired. And it is a grand tragedy that we have not seen that, like, juxtaposition aesthetic really done video game side. Tribal is cancelled. Yo, do you see what Hamlet was saying on TikTok last night? What the fuck? Now, let's be honest. Hamlet is more a MySpace kind of person, if you know what I'm saying. I mean, also, the entirety of Romeo and Juliet is a setup completely solved by one fucking DM, so... I mean, Mam had a theory that they liked, which I ended up putting in some of my homework, which was that it was basically a fucking scam by the priest and the nurse to just fuck everybody over, and Romeo and Juliet were just the most likely people to use. That the goal was to kill the kids and set the families off. Okay, so we need to heartbreak the fuck out of everybody. We have 3 people, we need 3 deaths, so... A couple of people have got to come back from the dead. So you're... Okay, so you're together. And then... So we kill Lenora. So that's 1 heartbreak. Verdantflow says, so what happens when you revive somebody who's not dead? Good point. Oh, they're just like, nani? But good shot. This Montague Capulet Twitter beef is about to pop off! Sorry, it's just, we've talked a lot about shooty gun bangs on stream, right? And that one of the things that I find myself being so bored is that when people pitch a shooty gunbang is that 9 times out of 10 it's the same fucking thing. And I'm done with it, you know? I often think back to Kane and Lynch 2, in that even though it's not a very good game, it is not good. You know what, at least it tried to be something fucking weird? Like, I tell you, if you put Kane and Lynch 2 next to Max Payne 3, it is wild that one is an attempt to, like, evolve on a theme, and the other was just like, what do people like? Dustin. Dustin, I take it that you did fucking Shakespeare back in the day as well. Spot the Shakespeare kids. I always liked Hamlet. Sorry, Hamlet. I always liked Macbeth more than the rest because I had no taste and I was a garbage child. A dox on both your houses. Fuck, that's good! Now, Haldrix, I wholeheartedly agree that the games industry would benefit greatly from games set in Discworld. To my understanding, the Pratchett estate is very careful about how they do licensing. Well, see, Neo, that's why we get on. You can take the child out of the garbage, but you can't take the garbage out of the child. Friends, I completely lost my train of thought on how we're breaking everybody's heart here. So, I guess... Out, damned tweet. Now, Naru, Titus Andronicus is the one about, I want to say Romulus and Remus, but it's not. That's one of the Roman-themed ones. Because I got to see that at the fucking Globe, and it was great. I saw a bald guy get beamed with a piece of faux viscera, which will stay with me forever. Dude got... Because I'm trying to remember if it was Titus Andronicus. But, like... There was a sword fight with the classic kind of like magnesium-edged stage sword, so as they're clashing, get these huge sparks. Person get killed offside. A dude comes out and just like flicks his blade to the audience, and there's faux viscera. This poor bald gentleman in front of me got hit with a chunk of it, and he picked it off and was just like, ugh, through it. But for the rest of the performance, he's got faux blood running down the back of his head. Horatio, to tweet or not to tweet? That is the question. Poor Horatio, for I knew him before he was shadow banned. Does anyone have an idea how to solve this? Because I got so wrapped up in Shakespearean bollocks, I lost my train of thought. Because I think what we need to do is marry Edgar to Isabel, kill Isabel, bring back Lenora. So I think the last frame is Isabel and Lenora being sad. And then, yes, okay, then we marry these two off. And in the process, we revive Lenora. Sorry about that. Yeah, Averick, you're right. We need to a quick popper marriage so that everybody is having a bad time. My name is Indigo Montoya. You ignored my sub. Prepare to be cancelled. Ah. The fact that The Princess Bride is not one of the great Shakespearean classics is time travel travesty, or time travesty, as you will. You know what, Rainier, you make a very good point. It does sound like we're playing Crusader Kings 3. Also, considering the amount of like monarchs and death that we're experiencing, this isn't too far away from King of the Castle. We will be continuing King of the Castle. I think the team said they were going to be releasing a new content patch for it. And I definitely want to continue our varying dynasties. Alright, so first up, poison. Lenora drinks poison. It's time for another round of Nobody Likes Edgar. Oh, okay. Lenora has no reason to drink poison. But if Bernard eats shit, Lenora's like, fucking yo! I saw that play. The only realistic bit of it was the kiss. No, shit, what was it? I sat through 3 hours of so-called acting, and the only real part of that was the kiss. Double poison? Double poison. Alright. It's time for, once again, Edgar Allan Yo to get people killed. Oh, hang on. Oh. Imperious like, okay, I'll watch Hot Fuzz tonight. Yeah, I know, I really twisted your fucking arm on that one, didn't I? Alright. Edgar, let's go! Now, does that mean... So if we do wedding now... Okay, yeah. So, Edgar's drunk poison, which means Edgar be dead, right? But don't worry about it. Because... Lenora's coming back! Just kidding. So it says achievement unlocked. Romeo and Juliet. Now, what we need to do is we need to... So, hang on. If we bring Edgar back... I have died, for my poor Lenora has been slain. I shall drink poison. I am dead. I have returned. I wonder how my bride is. Nope, still dead. Glug, 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 glug. Okay, I think this is funny. Ooh, wrath. Isabel remarries. Oh, Edgar, you're about to get fucking jobbed. In the beginning, Isabel married Edgar, Edgar Allan Yo. But things were not well between Isabel and Edgar, for the fights were strong. Oh, wine before fights. Alright, let's do that. Okay. Lenora, you wanna get a quick drink in? Okay. Just Edgar, just chug it. Annoyingly, while not happy about it, they're still married. Alright. Hey! To the real hunter, Watto, and welcome. Okay. Hunter, how was your stream? What are you up to? Tell me your tales. Sorry, Ragnar and I think Dustin as well are just having fun reworking Shakespeare in a tweet slash stream format. Oh, wine after poison. Ah! There we go. So because it's a fight, and Isabel does not like Edgar, the drinking part becomes poisoning rather than, like, killing themselves. Anyway. Sorry, Bob. It's all about Lenora. There we go. Ooh, and last but by no means least, envy. Isabel commits a crime. Hunter, are you okay? Is something going on? Do I need to worry? Alright. Okay. So what if... Oh! I get it! Okay, I get it. So, if Lenora marries Edgar, but Isabel wants to marry Lenora, then Lenora's gonna do him. But everyone meets their demise. Oh, I think we can do that. There we go. There we go. Poison for everyone! Anyway, Hunter, how was your stream? How are you doing? As Frustrated's pointing out, you may have a doppelganger in operation. So you're going to have to tell us something about yourself that only you would know, so we can tell which one the real Hunter is. Curse, deceit, competitor, and inclusive. The curse is lifted! So we have a witch, we have Snowy, and the prince. Listen, you little bastard! Stop fucking with my nonsense! Yeah, that's not happening. Sorry. So I went witch turns person into frog. And what I did is I put Snowy in the boat, thinking like, oh, Snowy can kiss the prince and bring it back. And she's like, yeah, the fuck I'm kissing that. So then I swapped it out with the witch. And the witch is just chuffed with her handiwork. But I think it's Snowy in the... No, sorry, witch. Oh, hang on. Witch and Snowy, 2 frogs, and then kiss. Alright, you're both frogs, don't make it weird. So the real Hunter said the stream was fine, got lost in a mansion in Genshin. The raid I tried didn't go anywhere from OBS, so I think the real one got lost. Well, again, like, the real Hunter, what is something that only the real Hunter would know about the real Hunter? How can we know it's you? Yeah. Yeah, so basically we've got to have these two be lovers, and then or have them be kissy lovers, and then oh, there we go. Alright, so we just needed to state intent. Snowy's already down. Snowy's already DTF. There we go. I'm genuinely loving the music. And Angel, I think you've noticed as well that, like, it's still showing us all the tools. I mean, we've talked about this a million times, that in a good puzzle game, you're always learning. They're introducing a new thing and then letting you play in that space, the new thing and play in that space, so that ultimately the goal is to have loads of moving pieces to come together for those last set of glorious puzzles. Yeah, I think it's shenanigans that the 2 frogs wouldn't kiss. I mean, what have they got to lose? Oh, time for a spot of deceit. So we've got Witch, Prince, Snowy, and Tiny. Prince saves Tiny. Okay. So it's like the prince needs a way to just, like, fucking job the witch. DTF down to frog. One of my few regrets from GDC this year was not buying the DILF Damn I Love Frogs shirt. That was... Okay, no, it wasn't cowardice on my part, it was money, but still. It feels like cowardice. But it's the prince has to save Tiny. Like, and the prince is not DTF with Tiny. Yeah. Alright, I've got an idea. So if the prince and Tiny are already mates, then the witch is like, fuck your shit to Tiny. Yeah, the prince is still not doing it. I feel like Oglaf's reached that point where it's now craftily parried every great thing in fantasy media. I still quote Skin to Win on the fucking regular. If you haven't heard of Oglaf, it is a very not safe for work comic. However, its command, especially of like fantasy humor, is exceptional. After the last of the Hobbit films dropped, they did a whole thing about like, why are orcs even wearing armor if a tiny hobbit with a stick can slay multiple of them? Okay, Hunter's got a fact for us. A real Hunter fact. Well, the same t-shirt today as they did in the stream on Tuesday, but today it was covered in a sweater the whole time. So the thing that only they know was the band on that t-shirt. Alright, so real Hunter, what was the band? Now, we know the right answer is obviously Hanson, creators of the incredible Bop. Sorry, I'm being an arse. Okay. The prince saves Tiny. So what is... Okay, the prince is not into Tiny. Apparently nobody fucking likes Tiny. This is just mean. Okay. So we have Forest and we have Kiss. We have the witch, who will turn anybody into a frog. We have the prince and Snowy, who are like super cahoots. And nobody wants to slam Tiny. Alright. The witch... Yeah, okay, so... Curse first. Alright. Bad times for Tiny. Tiny's now a frog. When Tiny pleads his case to Snowy, pleads his case to the prince. But it has to be the prince who saves Tiny. Unless the prince tells Snowy. Nah. The forest with the Tiny and Prince second. What am I missing here? There's something obvious. Yeah, Tiny's getting absolutely a raw fucking deal. No, Lost Flowers. It was a good idea. Oh, okay, Hindle, that's a good shout. So, these two are smoochies. That's a very good point. Will they both kiss if frog? No. Okay, that's not a bad shout. So we put the witch and Tiny together for the kiss. He's not having it. So she turns him into a frog. Nah, she's just fucking loving her handiwork. Oh! Averick, you fucking legend! So... the witch also turns Snowy into a frog, right? Ah, Averick, you fucking legend! Okay, sorry, I didn't explain the working out there. So, the prince wouldn't have kissed the frog unless he knew it was Snow White. But, we just swapped out the fucking frogs. Yeah, nice, nice, nice. Oh, fucking great. Oh, was it Hamsternator? Oh, Hamsternator, then fucking thank you. I'm sorry I spotted the other one first, but yeah, you all had that spot on. Because the whole chapter is about... that chapter was deceit. The next one is competitor. The witch becomes the mirror's favourite. Also, like, frustrate, like, the artwork fits it very nicely. The original was more of a pixel art style, mainly because that was all the creator could put together at the time, which was good, but it lost a lot of the facial expression, which made sometimes it a bit hard to understand. Okay. So we have a forest. We have a witch. Snowy, not friends. Mirror's like, yo, what's up? Oh, what's that? Snow White is the most pretty. Alright, let's cook some shit. And then they hang out again. And let's see how that shapes up. Haha! I am so smart. So the witch meets Snow White and is like, fuck you. The mirror's like, yo, Snow White's hotter. Which, the more I stop and think about that as I get older, so that's pretty fucking creepy, Mirror. That's pretty fucking creepy. So the witch turns herself... the witch turns herself into more of a witch, turns Snow White into a frog, turns back into hotness, and the Mirror's like, yo, now that child is a frog, I guess you're hot again. You fucked up, Mirror. I'm not dissing on the game, I'm definitely dissing on Disney. Alright. The Mirror praises everyone. Okay. Ragnar, you're not wrong. Mirror, yo, Snow White's the hottest in the land. The witch, she's child. No wonder you were cursed and held in a mirror. Getting a ball-peen hammer after this. Okay, it's... Alright. Yeah, so I think you're right. I think it's got to go backwards. So it's got to start with it's got to start with Peachy in the mirror. Oh, sorry, mate. Because Peachy's the cutest. Oh, fuck. Okay. And breathe. So the mirror has to praise everyone. So I think the order of hotness is Peachy, Haiti, Froggy. So we basically need to do praise. So we start with the frog at the end. Yeah, so Peachy's got to go early. The frog's not going to kill. All right. Frogs don't kill. Stupid pacifist frog. No more Gundam watching for the frog, alright? Well, no, so even if the frog is sad, the frog doesn't get angry. So then if we put Peachy and the frog on the cliff, even though the frog is more attractive, the frog's just like, oh, bad times. Oh, beans. Now, Haiti will definitely fucking do it. Haha! But fucking ghosts will do it. Ah! Necromancy! Peachy did not like being murdered. Oh, look at the little frogs like, oh, you think I'm cute. Frogs don't get angry. Frogs get even. Well, so Angel Galena, I understand what you're saying. It's, there's a lot of inherently baked fuckery in the Disney stuff. More than I could unpack. Especially because they're all, as I know we all know this is not like news to anyone, but they're all much more dark, cautionary tales than they are like happy fairy tales. Ooh! Murder! I fucking love murder. Butler's Rampage! So we need to kill multiple people here. Oh wow, the butler just fucking hates everybody. Oh! Sorry, that was me rearranging stuff without explaining it. So, in this one, the butler already hates them because he's the butler. Now it's getting us used to the idea that when a character is given an object, the object carries through. So we can't have someone take the gun from the gun room because the gun's already been taken. Butler did it! There's a wonderful quote in Legion, one of my favourite shows, talking about the two different kinds of stories we tell children. The first is the story of the cute, fluffy, fuzzy bunny, little fluffy fuzzykins, who encounters hardship and trouble, but overcomes them through bravery, honesty, and just being all-round cute and fluffy. And the second kinds of stories we tell children are the "don't you go near that water, because if you go in that water, you will get sucked out to sea and drowned." And I often feel like, as I'm sure you all know, that when it comes to, like, you know, the original origins of all of those fairy tales were all cautionary tales. You know, don't do X because Y. I remember one that stayed in my brain for ages about not drinking water from a hoof because it'll turn you into a goat or some bullshit like that. But when you think about a time before penicillin, drinking water that you just found around the road, no matter how thirsty you were, would probably fucking kill you. So, like, that's a good, strong cautionary tale. You know? Jack and the Beanstalk is essentially a don't get scammed again story. Yeah. I mean, shit, anybody who grew up in the UK during, like, the 80s and 90s had to put up with... Oh, the Duke feels relief. Oh, okay. This one's kind of simple. The Duke was mildly panicked the gun had been taken, but then it came back and he's like, "Oh, best gun. Pat, pat, pat." Yeah, so Jam, like, the insane UK safety PSAs that we used to have were very much in the, you know, don't you do X. I'm still afraid of fucking shell suits. I've never owned one. I'm still afraid of them. The trains that could sneak up on you. And I know people based out of Canada had their own brand of those, which were haunting, and we do not and will not be sharing them in Videodrome, because every time we've done that, like, it's been a whole thing. And Fearless, like, this isn't the time to deconstruct it, but I do agree with what you're saying. A friend of mine who got very into theological studies during their university years did state that a lot of there are quite a few religions that have doctrine based on what you can and can't eat. And those are primarily based around where those religions originated and things that would have been dangerous or deadly. So, like, things like shellfish and pork and stuff like that, in hot climates without refrigeration, were very, very dangerous. The chance of death was very high. So, it's not a bad thing that your religious text says, "Hey, don't eat the thing that'll fucking kill you." And that's not to dismiss anyone's faith or otherwise. It's just, that's a very sensible and practical reason to have those. Okay, anyway, the Duke got his gun back. Really fucking loves that gun. Fingerprints. A detective arrests the murderer. What? Would you care for a drink? I think it's time to fuck this guy up. Bam! Get fucked! Oh, the butler has returned the gun. But wait. The detective has detected some detective work. And now, you're fucking rumbled, sunshine! Oh yeah, Scotty, the don't retrieve your frisbee from a power station. Seeing the myriad of ways that children can get electrocuted and cooked. But anyway, friends, if you have a strong stomach and a confusing sense of art morals, or wish to be confused by the British sense of art morals, sorry, that's a better way to put it, look up, like, British PSAs from the 80s. Because... I'm sorry. This is the most petty of points, but it was one of those cases of artistic hypocrisy that has always annoyed me. And it's it was very prevalent in the UK during, like, the late 70s and 80s into the 90s, where what you could show on television, especially before the watershed, was incredibly limited. Because the BBC is a government-funded organisation. However, if it was to keep children safe, you were allowed to show fucked up stuff. And it always annoyed me that what could be stated for the purposes of protecting the kids and what could be stated for like artistic means were very different. Yeah, Scotty, Charlie says, always tell your mummy before you go off somewhere. Immortalized in one of my favourite Prodigy tracks. Charlie is also a shorthand for cocaine. I don't know if it's still used as a term, but... Oh yeah, Hindle, that fucking speed ad was horrifying. There was one about the difference between driving at 45 miles an hour or 30, where a little girl in reverse has her bones like unbreak and like the air come back into her lungs. And I was like, fuck! Okay, detective arrests the innocent. So, alright. Butler, it's gun time! Duke's gotta go. Butler puts the gun back. The Duchess... Oh, the Duchess does not touch the gun. What if... No, even upon seeing her dead husband floating in. Oh! Yes. Hindle, Hunter, everybody, yes. Sorry, Duchess. Oh, you are slain. He fucking loves that gun. He's gotta get all up on its business. The Duchess gets a raw fucking deal in this one, but... He's still heartbroken, but now he's heartbroken and going to jail. But I'm sure you've all noticed the different chapters are teaching us different things. The previous chapter was all about manipulating the character's knowledge. The prince thinking that he's kissing the princess frog when he's actually kissing the ugly frog, and so on and so forth. This chapter is about like items and how there's a memory to them. Yeah, Fred, I am absolutely just fridge the Duchess. I'm the baddie. Ooh, crown intrigue. Rivals. I can't believe I've done it to Matt Berry. You really are the most devious bastard in all of New York City. Alright, so we have a knight, a noble knight, and a bastard baron. Oh, no! Don't worry, mate. You're back! Oh, I wonder if he's behind the... Ha-ha! So that's 1, 2... Return. Yeah, surprise. And then last, but by no means least... Ghost Knight! I need to find out where... I think it's called, like, Detective Lamb. Matt Berry's, like, Sherlock Holmes parody show is, because I still haven't had the chance to watch it. But I have seen one of the greatest clips in human history, where the villain is monologuing like, while you may have found me and detected my crimes, you see, I've already paid off the police. I've already planted the evidence. In fact, there's literally nothing you can do to me. So Matt Berry's character says, well, that's all very well and good, but there's one thing you haven't taken into consideration. What's that? I've got 27 dog shits in my pocket and just chucks them. I'll never be able to write a comedy line as good as that. As long as I live. As long as I live. Oops, sorry about that. I don't know what's going on there. My apologies, friends. Oh, it's time to rescue the Queen, the Knight, and the Baron. Knight and the Baron? I don't know why, it just... They're both giving each other fucking side-eye. So the Queen only loves the Queen. Alright, so if the Baron kidnaps the Queen... and the Knight does a rescue... then the Knight has proven his worth and she'll marry. Kinda want to see, though, what happens. Nah, nothing. Vanderbeest, I don't know how method Matt Berry is. But what was very funny is there's old footage of Matt Berry being a reporter for an event called ECTS, which used to be a video game trade show in the UK. Ah, fucking hell. Right. Everybody sits on the throne. Her Royal Highness. His Royal Highness. So, Bot says, can you try in For Death make Final Knight and Baron alive? I can certainly give it a try. Is this the one... also, Watto and welcome. Lovely to make your acquaintance. I can give it a try, or at very least we can work it out. Yeah, the Knight is too honourable for murder. But Ghost Queen doesn't give a fuck! Ghost Queen will eat your face. The Knight is sad, the Queen is gone. I'm sure his oodles of money will ease his pain. Oh, Quasi! No! Quasi was saying, like how E3 used to be a trade show in the US. Too soon. Too soon! I mean, not too soon for Keeley, but too soon. Okay. The Queen marries. So here's what I think. The Baron kidnaps the Queen. The Baron then dresses up as a giant crocodile and saves the Queen, then marries the Queen in disguise, and then pops out. No, the villain! Okay, yeah, okay, so. First panel. The Queen has been kidnapped by Baron von Dragon. Le gasp! Baron Dragon. Baron Dragon is gone, leaving only regular Baron. And then, Queen's gonna be like, yeah, fucking love you, Baron. Sometimes friends, oh, okay, but the challenge is to get her to marry the dragon. Alright. There we go. All hail King Dragon, first of his name, of the lineage of Scalies. It's probably going to get weird in here, don't ask. Oh, actually, Vanderbeest, I hadn't considered that for that individual's username. And Bacon, thank you for filling the pint glass. We're kicking ass at this. Chapter 6. Secrets. Ooh. Red-handed. Detective arrests a murderer. Gun. Butler. Ballroom. Oh, hang on. Oh. Okay, so we put the detective in here. Right? Then, The detective is already looking through the eyes as the butler guns him down. If the butler's just standing there, he twirls the pistol. That's glorious. Oh my word! Super arrested. Can the detective pick up the gun? No. It's just the butler. The butler gets fired? Oh. So. Duke loves the gun. Butler steals the gun. Duke witnesses the butler fucking around with the gun, doing like fucking tricks and shit. Butler Ocelot, if you will. But the butler puts it back. However, you've been rumbled, matey boy. This gun is the best gun ever. Friends, when time and money is willing, we are absolutely going to do Metal Gear Solid 3, if only for the fact that the Revolver Ocelot scene, where he just goes hog wild twirling revolvers, is actually from a mocap actor who did all of those tricks live. To my understanding, the juggle click was also done by, maybe not that particular performer, but was done by a mocap actor. The juggle click is a bit later on in Metal Gear Solid 3, where Revolver Ocelot juggles 3 revolvers, and there's 1 bullet in 1 chamber. So it's like hyper Russian roulette. Oh yes, and you're right, Phyllis. He does summon his backup by meowing, as an ocelot is a big wild cat, which implies a lot. Ooh, spouse gets revenge. Gun time. Witness, the Duchess. Oh no! The Duke has been slain! Butler puts the gun back. Duchess gets fucking vengeance! Oh! It's nice to see like a little Bayonetta origin story there. By the end of this book, the Duchess is going to have a pistol on each hand and on shoes. It's going to be great. Oh, you know, Phyllis, you're absolutely spot on. The fact that he got Ocelot was a very specific bit of foreshadowing. Also, like, I mean, this is Metal Gear Solid 1, but Decoy Octopus. The fact that Decoy Octopus is possibly the first of the Foxhound units you meet and fucking dies immediately. Yup. Oh, and time for the report. The Duchess gets the butler arrested. Okay, so, gun. Witness, the Duchess. Ballroom. Aw, that's so cute. Tough titties, time for murder! Then... Ballroom. The Duchess is going to tell the detective. Maybe we should have the butler put the gun back, though, lest we end up with multiple dead detectives. Bingo, bango. Oh! The Duchess gets the butler arrested, but the Duke isn't home. Alright, I'm sorry. I'm moving a little too fast. I should explain this. So, for that bit, we've done the Duchess gets the butler arrested, but the Duke isn't home. So what I did is I removed the... Hang on, I'll put it back how it was. So I removed the Duke from the situation. So the butler steals a gun, walks around. Duchess sees it. The detective's like, Butler puts the gun back. Job's a good one. And down here, the butler's looking smug, but off scot-free. So I was like, oh, maybe the detective needs to... maybe the detective needs to catch the butler with the gun. So I moved this scene, and suddenly the butler just tucks the gun behind his back like, would sir care for a sherry? Excuse me, butler, that is a whole-ass gun behind you. No! This old thing is for cleaning the chimneys. It's a distant chimney cleaner. You wouldn't understand. Due to the fact that I meant to say chimney cleaner and mispronounced it. Nope, that gets a shot. Nope, she thinks he's got a gun. Okay. The Duchess gets the butler arrested. Okay. Yeah, the old Climney China. Do apples and pears. Oh, that's a good point. Oh, sorry. Keep accidentally getting the detective shot. Listen, Sherlock fucking Holmes. Listen here, mate. Yeah, that's a good point. What if he shoots the Duchess before? Yes! Good shout. Sorry, Duchess. Didn't mean to get you killed there. But yeah, so he ends up gunning her down. That gets it. Even though apparently stealing the gun wasn't enough. To get fired... Justice! Chapter 1. Treason. The usurper dies. So first things first, it's kidnapping time. So the Baron's there being like, yo, what's up? Set 4, the Knight's like, I got you. Okay, so somehow... only the king can witness can order an execution. Oh, okay, so then the Queen's got to get back on the throne after we hold that person hostage. And then... off with his head. Okay, so the Knight's got to order it, but that means the Knight's got to become the king. So the usurper has to die by the hand of the Knight. But that means shit's gonna get dark because... the Knight is now very sad. However... bingo bango! Sir Knight Stabbington, first of his name. I'm getting into a real rhythm with this, friend, so if I'm going a little fast, like, please do be like, hey, Will, like, ease up on the throttle on this. It's one of the reasons why I don't try to do too many of these sorts of puzzle games is because I fucking love them. But when I get into a rhythm, I'm just like... exactly like that. A previous partner once said that watching me play games like Portal and stuff was very jarring. because they just make sense in my little head. So it's very difficult for me to explain it sometimes, especially when it's anything like visual or like interconnected like that. And yeah. Ragnar, I don't know. Next week is Longship Day, so we're gonna have next Thursday is gonna be a fucking big one. But I haven't decided. I also haven't decided what this Saturday is gonna be. We're probably not gonna start Elden Ring just yet. And I know some numbers has been keen for us to do like Final Fantasy VII Remake. So, like, we're gonna have a lot of Rain World for a long time. So, it's like, how many long play games are we gonna have? You know what I mean? Anyway, so the knight loses his head. Good Sir Knight. Hang on. So if the Queen passed away of natural causes, that would leave the crown open. But if the Queen comes back, and the knight is in big fucking trouble, mate. Yeah. Bad times bears. He only thought he was doing the right thing. I can't help but feel like some bastard Arthurian necromancer.
Yes, I can bring the Queen back to you for a prize.
Here we are, like, running around this stately home, this court, and apparently Edgar Allan Poe's house, just fucking with life and death because it makes us laugh. And, like, so, Angel, like, I think it's that thing of we all have minds and cognitive strategies and patterns that lend themselves well to certain aspects of life. And especially when it comes to video games, sometimes people just see things and it makes so much sense that there's no thought, just reaction. And for me, that's a lot of like visualization puzzles and stuff like that. Here's the thing. I can't do it with anything involving spelling or words or what have you. Like, you know, when people make a joke and the punchline is a word spelt out, I'm the one sitting there like fucking counting the letters on my fingers, you know? Yeah, Hindle replaced their mind with a bunch of Eldrick's concepts. It's great. Ragnar says, maybe check Discord. Oh no, what has happened? Ragnar, that is clearly a mind journey. That's not a British PSA from the 80s. Feckin' terror. Feckin' terror. Feckin' horrifying rabbit nonsense. Actually, Hunter, when it comes to like maths and stuff, that was one that I had the problem with, which is like certain kinds of maths make sense, but I cannot tell you how I can work it out. I can give you the correct answer, especially when it comes to have a sweet dream tonight. Well, I'm gonna blap it with my superpowers. Pachow! But you're not in trouble. You're not in trouble. Okay, so the execution. Oh, shit! I know how we do this. So, the Baron kidnaps the Queen. Oh, but needs to lead to an execution. So then, if we amnesia the Queen, and then the Baron rescues them, they get married. But there needs to be a reason for her to kill him. But what if the Queen has double amnesia? Does that return? Nah, she still fucking loves him. Damn it! You're just twice as bloody clueless. Nah, they're still in love. Oh, what about hitting him? Oh. Okay, but how do we do both? Or do we just have to choose one of the two paths? I can't see a way in which we can do both, right? Get you somebody who can do both. So if we remove the first panel... Yeah, it doesn't work without the first panel. And like... the amnesia is what causes him to decapitate her, because he doesn't remember them getting married. Actually, no, he'd still fucking do it anyway. If she doesn't forget, then she's still fucking mad at him. Because she knows he's the one that kidnapped her. And the Baron's amnesia doesn't seem to really affect one way or t'other. Okay. Alright. She's mad at him, so they don't get married. And she's not attracted to him if he's in the cage. Oh, okay, it might only be asking us to do it once, so we don't have to make both happen. Oh, that's right. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. So they never get married and she just fucking straight up kills him. Boosh! Thank you, friends. So I didn't realize with these pips, we just had to solve it two ways. It wasn't about, like, making it do both. Because previously when we've done those challenges, it was like, do it the way it intends, and then do it with a specification. I thought for that one it was like do it with both specifications inactive. So thank you all. All right, the Queen suffers 4 tragedies. So we get kidnap, throne, wedding, and execute. Hmm. Four tragedies. Kidnapping is 1. Yeah, execution's probably going to go last. Which will put the Baron on the throne there. Knight saves, but the king kills the knight and the queen. It's not a bad shout. So that means we've got to make him king very early on. Then the knight does a rescue, but Baron's like, fuck your house. Oh, unless they get married first. Bingo! First tragedy, kidnapping. And then we combine the murder with heartbreak. So kidnapped, dethroned, decapitated, lover killed. Bam! God, I'm good at tragedies. Oh, chapter 10, the king. Notice the amount of corpses building outside of the castle. The cyclic, mutually toxic love affair. The king is mad. There we go. They love, they fight, they forget. They love, they fight, they forget. This is called a toxic relationship. It's bad. Don't be in one. This game's not supposed to be fucking real. Fearless is like, and I did not give consent for my life to be included in this game. Oh, and yeah, Tasnika, the soundtrack has been wonderful and very subtle. A double execution. Oh. Well, they both have crowns. Mate. Double kill. Ooh, where the king takes revenge. Oh. KO. Anyone with a crown has the authority to murder someone. This is telling a story. And to those of you who've just joined us, so this is a reworking of a game that came out in 2008. Just as an FYI. Hang on, let me just, I feel like I should just quickly check Twitter, just in case something the fuck else has happened. We're good? We're good? There hasn't been, Nintendo didn't just announce their new thing. There hasn't been some, massive changes in the entire ass industry. No, we are good. We are good. Yeah. Once again, Ripperoonie to the BAFTAs for getting hard upstaged today. Okay, we're all good. A lot of people are sharing their E3 good times, and I understand that. I'll probably be doing the same myself later on. I got to share all my little pictures with you all earlier on, so okay. Let us continue with promotion. Rags to royalty. Okay, so the king and the maid are having an affair. Oh. Interesting. No, they're still in love. All right. He wouldn't. No, they're still mates. Okay. So the maid needs to become the next queen. Yeah, okay, so the queen does the kidnapping. The king does the rescuing. He's now perturbed. The king and the queen are not doing well. These two get married. Job's a good un. Hindle, thank you for that one. That was spot on. God. Oh, Machiavelli. Oh. The Baron rules alone. Sorry, Queenie. Oh, no, here we go. And so long, maid! Ha-ha! Fucking yo. I'm really enjoying this game. Oh, sorry, the thing I was starting to say for a second there was that tomorrow is the last day, I believe, that I'll have my my Twitter verified tick before Twitter completely becomes a PvP hellscape, even more so than before. And Quasi, I do agree with you. You think by this point someone would have put some fucking guardrails on this cliff? A lot of people have died. A lot of people have died. Friends, here they be monsters. As you can see, they've listed some of the greatest monsters known to man. The werewolf, the dragon, the vampire, and the professor. Ooh, Bernard drinks poison. Oh. Here we have Bernard and Juliet. Ah, they do love each other, but oh no! Bernard, by the power of a full moon, you've turned Juliet into a delicious snack! Now you're back again in the forest. You meet the decapitated, the detorsoed part of your lover, and there is naught left to do but guzzle poison. Hang on a sec. Sorry about that, friends. Dragon slaying? Ooh, the queen gets the Baron arrested. Okay. So the Baron turns into a dragon. And the Baron's like, oh no! So then the Queen tells the detective about the dragon. We check the disguise, and the detective's like, well, I don't fucking know. But perhaps Baron returns. The detective's like, ah, I fucking found you! Ha-ha! We're definitely getting into a story rhythm here of monarchs fucking with one another. Ooh! Cured of vampirism. Dracula, Mina, John. Flop, flop, flop. Mina, you are in the closet. What's up? Nope. That's bad. Delicious. Nope. Haha! That was pure fucking chance. I was kind of setting it up so that John was going to get snacked on, but yeah, apparently Dr. Bloodborne up there is just a solve-all. And you know what, Hunter? That's a very good point, that Twitter switching to a pay-to-win model does mean that the only way it doesn't fail... so the only way in which Twitter succeeds is if this fails. They've basically adopted the same model as the golden shells that World of Tanks used to use. Yeah, she was a thrall, but then she got unturned. Good spot, Knuckle. And last but by no means least, the monster is slain. Alright, so I don't like Baron. He's a bit of a jerk. But whatever. Oh, it's only Bernard. So then... Ah, there we go. Oh, it's because... Okay, so if we take that out... Yeah, he gets... Yeah, no, he's super fucking dead. Alright, alright. They have no reason to talk to each other because they don't know. Alright. So the Baron has to get dressed up to survive an encounter with Bernard the werewolf. Oh, and then he gives him like basically an anti-werewolf gun, so... Poor puppy. Oh, okay, so we've got the werewolf dies and then the dragon dies. So now we clear this nonsense out, right? And we go disguise, Baron, forest, Bernard, and the dragon. Bernard goes to tell him, and the... Alright, Mr. Bloodborne over here, fucking budget Gurman. It's just like, oh shit, you got a monster problem? Try gun about it. Good work. We are kicking ass at this. Ooh! Oedipus! Or how to get just a little bit closer with your family. Right. Okay, so I am your parent. Alright, so Haiti murders father and marries mother. Okay, so wedding. Tiny and Peachy. Real fucking cute. Much ado about gun thing. Shakespeare, but one person's given a Glock. Sorry. I don't know why that's funny. Alas, poor Horatio, I knew... What the fuck is that? God. It kind of makes me wish that that wonderful game... Oh, the time travel Hamlet. Oh my god, how have I forgotten the name of that game? Fuck! Brain. Not 15 minutes. That's the... although, that does have the same amount as incest as some of Shakespearean's work. 15 minutes is a good reminder that a lot of people who tell you games are good don't finish them. Pea-balls and bin bags. Rosenkoltz and Glockenstern are strapped. Fuck yes. But only if we can get Tim Roth and what's-his-face back for it. Ophelia! No, it's not Ophelia. Ah, damn it! 1 minute, Ophelia. I need to do something. Fuck. Is it Ophelia? Alright, hang on. I've got to tab back to Steam for this one. Time travel. Time Logins once again. 12 minutes. Boo. Last epoch's not that. Elsinore! Fucking thank you. God, that was like pulling teeth. So Elsinore is what if... it was Tim Roth and Gary Oldman. Yes, thank you, Naru. I actually didn't know they'd done Goldenkrantz and Hamstein, or whatever it's called, until very recently. So I still haven't seen their production of it. Just little snippets. I need it in my life. But yeah, so Elsinore is the entirety of Hamlet, but you have Groundhog Day powers. So you can remember all the different threads and, like, unpick it. Okay, so Haiti murders father, marries mother. I am your parent. I am your father. Peachy. Oh, okay, so Peachy's not going to marry Tiny. Oh, sorry. Peachy's not going to marry Haiti because Peachy's already married. So, Haiti does Tiny But then... Haiti marries Peachy, but then we get the reveal. Tiny's like, I am your dad. So I'm your father. There we go. Surprise, fucko! Although, in this current thread is that Peachy would still have been Haiti's stepmom, so this is uncomfortable and I want to think no more about it. Alright, Tiny avenges his brother. Okay, we've got a family, a fight, a cliff, and a seance. I'm your father. Okay, so Tiny needs to avenge. So, okay, so if Haiti is both Greenie and Tiny's dad. So, yeah. Edwin, no! Also, sorry, Edwin, I didn't say hello when you came on in. How are you doing? And... sorry, I know it seems a little bit sour grapes to diss on, what is it called, 15 minutes? But I did notice when 15 minutes came out, it was praised for having big Hollywood stars in it. It was praised for being a minimalist game. And very few people actually finished it. Because the moral of the story in 15 minutes is basically, what was it, like... was basically incest. Like, that was the meaning of the story. Was it 12 minutes? Alright, there were too many minutes. Okay. Okay. So then Haiti and Greenie have a fight. Haiti's not nice, and Haiti pushes Greenie to the death. In the seance, Peachy... Tiny finds out that it was his dad that killed him, and then it's murder time. There we go, spot of vengeance, job's a good one. Sorry, sleep well and have a lovely rest of your day, alright? How's it going, Fiona? What? How's it going? What? We've got gnomish incest going on over here, so video games. Oh, Haldrix, I'd love to see Willem Dafoe doing more voice work in video games, but here's the thing, I'd also much rather see the incredible breadth and depth of like VO talent that are available and currently being unused that cost a fraction of the fee of a Hollywood actor and get you a lot more. But not every person can be a Vin Diesel type, you know? I'm sorry, I recently rewatched Riddick, which is the third of the Riddick films, just called Riddick, with Perfect Dark, Chronicles of Riddick, and then Riddick. And it is absolutely positively what if Ark Survival Evolved, but gritty. Actually, I should say edgy. Anyway, Haiti is murdered by his daughter. Haiti, what have you done? Alright. So Haiti says, Peachy, I am your father. So now we need a reason for Peachy to hate. So Haiti and Greenie are having a good time. Peachy's like, yo. But then Haiti is also banging it with time. Okay. Gnomes are very pro polyamory. That's good. Love to see it. Don't really know how to... Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. But I accidentally put Peachy in the affair slot. And so both of them are like, wait a second. We're part of the same family tree. While Tiny's in the bushes being like, mate, I don't know what you fucking want from me. So in family, so Greenie says, I am your father. And then Tiny says, I am also your father.
Will, you do know how to solve polynomials, right?
Bravo, Fearless, bravo! Also, thank you for the bits. Keeping my fucking ass alive. Okay, so I have not solved this problem, and I have basically just built happy, stable, gnome polyamory. You did, Baron. You did absolutely just get gnomed, but not just regular gnomed. This is polygnomes. I'm trying to make people kill each other, and all they've done is form a healthy poly relationship. This is not helping my puzzle solving. The one time when I need unemotionally healthy situations. Fuck. Okay, so Haiti is murdered by his daughter. Oh, wait, no, I've got an idea. So... So those two in love. I am your father. Alright, a fair time. So then Haiti is now shacking up with Greenie, and now Tiny is heartbroken. Wait, no, hang on. So Haiti murders, say, Greenie. Okay, alright. We're almost there. So yeah, you're right, everybody. The dads are having an affair, okay? Okay. Which causes Haiti to do a murder. The seance is how... The seance is how we find out that Haiti did a murder. But it's not enough. She's just disappointed in him. And I think if we remove this, then yeah, if we remove that one, then Haiti doesn't give a fuck. They look so confused at the seance. Oh, you're right. So Peachy needs to have an affair with her dad's husband. Fucking gnomes. Okay. So yeah, so Tiny and Haiti are like, yeah, we fucking yo. And then Peachy... Wait, where? Fucking gnomes! Alright. You'll have a quick look at this. I am just gonna go get myself, I'm just gonna get myself some water. Because this fucking gnome nonsense is just driving me to giggles. So far, we've only succeeded in one murder and healthy polygnome, so we gotta... Yeah, alright, so give me 2 seconds, have a look, see what you'll think. If you come up with a solution, then fucking brilliant. I'll be back in just a moment. Come, friends, let me tell you a tale of polyamorous gnomes who wouldn't kill each other. Hey!
Okay, let's solve this polynomial equation.
Fucking yo. Okay. Okay. So Hunter, I think you're spot on, but also Dustin, like, thank you for the 500. And Baron, like, if you think Humble's bad, like, every time I open the Xbox app for like Sea of Thieves, and it's like, yo, I hope you didn't like sleeping tonight because here's 5 games you wanted to play. So, to recap, Peachy loves Greenie. Greenie cheats with Tiny. How do we get Haiti to kill Tiny, though? So, remove panel 1. So, alright, so, yeah. And then Tiny has an affair with Greenie. Haiti is mad. Ah, bingo bango! There we go. You all fucking solved it. But he was just protecting her. We even got the additional one. Spot the fuck on. Although, I said it on Twitter and I will say it again, like, ripperoni to anyone who released a game today. Like, I genuinely feel bad for them, because social media is like 5 different things all at once. Oh, shit. Dustin, you did accidentally snipe the Yaldum. Well done. Alright. And last but by no means least, our favourite game engine. Got it. Tiny and Haiti wait forever. Ah! And both leave and return. Fucking yo. There we go. We just solved Shakespeare. Get wrecked! Air horn sound, air horn sound. Forsooth triumphant air horn sound. And Captain Stephanie Barnes. Watto and welcome. How goes it? Ooh! Oh shit, this is the final chapter. Mad Husband, Mini Hamlet, Loose End, and Love Revolution. We're currently at 47 out of 51 crowns. So we might clear this, friends. Okay, so Edgar Allan Poe murders his wife. Okay, so this one's simple, but I'm going to try and explain my workings out as we get through these final chapters. So here we go. So Edgar's going to marry Lenora. Isabel wants to marry Edgar. No fucking understanding why, but there we go. Miserable crow lover. I'm just kidding. We love crows in this household. But Isabel wants to marry Edgar, but can't because he's already married to Lenora. Isabel fucking jobs Lenora. Lenora then tells via seance Edgar that, ooh, I was fucking killed and shit. Then he gets vengeance. Fuck yes. Oh, look, they're so happy. And for one frame, they were. Lenora, can I interest you in a nice, cool glass of You're fucking dead?
Baron Sheep just purchased Dungeons and Monsters 2 for $30.
Oh, shit. What's that? Is that one of the, like, D&D supplements? Or is it one of the... Because I know you were using, like, 2D asset bundles to do stuff and things with. Oh. Actually, also, and I want to take this opportunity whilst, like, Baron is here and stuff and things, just to say, like, friends, I am sorry that Memnol's been on an informal hiatus. That's entirely my fucking fault. Just in case you've been wondering what's been going on with that, like, real life shit just got on top of my fucking everything. I don't have a restart or a continuation time, but I wanted you all to know that, like, that's my fault. I've spent so much of GDC time talking about specifically Oak Hollow and stuff like that. It's been interesting to see that of the different West Marches setups that we have, like, it's one of the better digital West March setups, and I really like that. But obviously, running Oak Hollow was a huge undertaking. It was ideal during, like, lockdown and stuff, but yeah. So Naru, I can't take credit, but Baron and the League of DMs ran a West Marches campaign called Oak Hollow. There was a little bit Darkest Dungeon, a little bit like Adventure Quest board. Oh, yes, you're right. Sorry, Dustin, thank you. Real Hunter, thank you for the reminder. Double KO! It's no worry, mate. It's no worry. I was apologizing that the halt on Memnol has... That is entirely on me, and I've let a lot of stuff very much get on top of me the last 6 months. So, and I was talking about Oak Hollow with a friend during GDC, because they're doing a West Marches campaign that's very much like a high lethality, high RP, but like the idea where there's one session every 2 weeks, and it's the first people to sign up. But like there's player-to-player RP on Discord in between and things like that. And yeah, I was basically bragging about how good Oak Hollow was. But the thing is, I can't take any credit. We were also talking about like how even with the complexities of ChatGPT and things like that, like they're not quite ready for D&D. Because while they can keep track of things like family trees and certain kinds of lore, chatbots still aren't ready for the yes and. The example I used was how when the Gnome Brothers went off on an adventure, got some cool resources, and my character, who was initially a bit of a joke wizard, was carrying around a regular-sized shoe like a crossbow, then got like a bolt and some crosshairs installed because he was a wizard, and that was his, I forget the proper term. D&D wizards have like a focusing thing, and that was his. But basically, so he could do like covering fire with this shoe. It's fucking great. And a lot of spellcasting focus, thank you. And I don't know of any of the chatbots that are ready for that kind of like humorous articulation on things that already are. Anyway, time for a spot of the old mini Hamlet. Tiny murders uncle to avenge his father. Alright. So first things first. So Tiny is playing the role of Hamlet. So that means that Haiti has to be his uncle. Right? Oh, this is going to be a messy one. Oh. Sorry, I didn't realize we could do that. That's cute. We can turn the pages without solving the thing. Okay, establish the uncle and the father first. Alright, so family. I am your parent. So Haiti is going to be... Alright, Alright, so Bluey is going to be good dad. Tiny is Hamlet. Alright. And Bluey is married to Peachy. So we're going to construct Peachy's death and revenge. So then Haiti absolutely wants to marry Peachy. So Haiti's going to job Bluey. And in this seance, Bluey will inform. At which point, Tiny avenges his dad. So now we just need to establish how... Oh! Okay, yeah, so the real hunter says, like, Peachy has to be the two of theirs mother. Alright. So that means that... Yeah, Peachy is the mum of Bluey and Haiti. So I guess Greenie is the partner. Okay. Alright, so some more family bonding. Mama Peachy is... Yeah, Bluey and Haiti's... So Haiti and Bluey. Yeah! You fucking got it! Next up, the loose end. Duke shoots detective to avoid poison. To avoid prison. Okay. So we have the Duke and the King. They're neither here nor there. Le gasp! So the Duke witnesses the King and the Duchess making googly eyes. Which means it's gun time! Oh no! But who was that? Waiting in the witness halls? It was none other than the detective! Ah. So if the detective is looking for him, can we then get the Duke? Okay. The Duke shoots the detective to avoid prison. How do we get him to gun down the detective? Because, like, the detective's not going to start making googly eyes. It's just the King who's Randy, let's be honest. Oh, yes, you're right. The King... Haha! You were absolutely spot the fuck on. If the Duke witnesses the king and the detective discussing the murder, then the Duke knows it's coming, and this goes blam 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 blam. Exactly like that. And last but by no means least, love, love, revolution. The knight and the maid murder the monarchs and have an affair. Okay. Well, this is complicated. So the knight and the maid, I guess, have to really end up with each other, right? So that means that both the knight and the maid need a reason to kill the king and or the queen. There's been a lot of affairs in this one. So we have the king and the maid, and then we have the queen. All right. Now, will the maid just fucking do it? Nah, they'll just hang out with the queen steamed. No, they're all chummy as.
Don't judge me. I see RPG, I buy RPG, Baron just purchased Humble RPG bundle, Warhammer 40k, Dark Heresy, Black Crusade and Only War by Cubicle 7 games for 30.
Fuck yeah. Hindle, was it yourself that did a Dark Heresy or Black Crusade setup? Can't remember now. But no, and again, like, Baron and all of you, like, fucking thank you for using the Humble link, because I know it's a pain in the arse. Do appreciate it. Alright, Queen pushes King. There we go. Oh, okay. Panel 1, Knight and Maid have an affair. Nah, because he's all about the Queen and she's all about the King. Oh, but what if, in Heartbreak, she then ends up, like, shacking up with the... Nah. Why is everyone so happy with each other? Just do some bloody kidnappings! Ugh. This is the exact opposite of the emotionally healthy polyamorous gnomes. Alright. So, Queen jobs the King. So that might mean that the Queen is now open to... she doesn't know who killed the King. That's not a bad shout. Queen kidnaps the maid. Knight rescues the maid. Maid gets some fucking vengeance. And then after all... Oh, because neither the knight nor the maid has done any fucking killing here. Yeah, the knight and the maid have to do the killings. Okay, so I do think it starts with... yeah. The easy cheat mode is that Baron gets a fucking AK. Ooh, that's not a bad shout. Oh, okay. The knight doesn't give a hot fuck. Aww. No, he's just sad. I mean, the knight could try doing some kidnapping. No, the knight's loyal to the crown. And him and the maid have got nothing to be angry about. Okay. Could the maid kidnap a queen? Nah, just high fives it. Okay, so both the maid and the knight have to hate either or both of the monarchs in some way. What do they care about? The knight cares about both royals, but primarily wants to marry the queen. The queen's like, jog on, fucko. Because the knight doesn't have a crown. And the maid has a thing for the king. Sadly, the king and the queen don't both fancy the maid. Only the king does. King puts it about. When putting them together, they just side-eye each other. Okay. Yeah, the knight doesn't want the maid if the queen's an option. So we need a reason to kill the queen. Alright. Okay, so here's the thing that we know. We know that if we open up with the maid and the king, they'll have a little affair. The queen's fucking livid. The queen will then kidnap the maid. Which is bullshit and chips. He's still not cool enough. So if the knight then rescues, on the cliff, the maid kills the queen. So that's one murder. Nope, because the king is still down to clown. Undead queen in a bush. Alright, alright. So, king maid affair. Queen kidnaps maid. This is like the best chess moves ever. Thank you, Ragnar. Down to clown. Down to crown? Would the knight kill the king at this point? I don't know. know. No, they're just sad together. The maid won't sleep with the knight so long as the king is still alive. Yeah, the knight won't kill the queen because he disapproves, but he's still got the hots for her. And Gear Graphics, sorry you've been having, I guess, like the homework equivalent of writer's block. Oh yeah, and Gear Graphic, that was the, like, Megalobox kind of racing style. And we were suggesting kind of like pick a particular, you know, place that you think would be visually significant from like the 60s, and then use that kind of like rundown vibe as a way to... the visuals, yeah. We were discussing, I don't know, like that Megalobox style. I thought a nice blend of like 60s Brazil with kind of like the over-ostentatious track of like Monaco was kind of like a blend. You know, you have this combination of like corrugated iron kind of like shanty towns mixed with this like opulent super rich to create like a juxtaposition of vibes. I mean, the easiest way to do the screenshots is, again, steal from Cowboy Bebop's philosophy, which is find actual photographs and use those as a grounding. Okay. Yeah, see, the knight doesn't give a shit about their affair. Juxtaposition of vibes what the Tinder bio says. Fucking yo. Oh. No, unfortunately the king is, despite putting it about, not interested. Okay. Yeah, I think this panel is superfluous. The king's just heartbroken. Yeah, it's just shutting him down. Yeah, and despite the appearance of the ghost, because she can't communicate like a seance, she has no way of telling the knight. What are we missing this? There's something we're missing here. So yeah, the knight must know of the affair. Oh, fuck! Alright, yeah. Oh no, the knight doesn't give a shit. Despite him being like super duper whooper in love with the queen. Okay, so king rescues maid. Okay. They're both in love with a different monarch. It's just the knight is just so love-struck with the queen and just getting on with everybody. And the thing is, Hunter, if the knight confronts the king even after the queen is dead... Yeah, how do we grind the knight's gears? How do we get the knight to kill the king? Yeah, how do we do that? Knight and ghost queen. Oh, yeah. So that way... No, sadly no heartbreak there. It's more sad than murdery. Swap the knight with the king. Oh! It's like, the queen will straight up job him there, but we need the knight to take the fucking initiative. Okay. It's just the fact that the knight's a sad boy. He either, like, gets up with the queen or just makes sad noises around this place. Like, I'm getting some real fucking Hamlet vibes. Because let's be honest, Hamlet was a big wet blanket. We can do this. Come on. We are a smart, articulate, intelligent bunch. We can do this. Let's kill some fucking monarchs through the power of storytelling. So Hindle's saying swap the king and the knight in panel 4. Now, is that enough? For the king to lock up the queen. Yes! Because that's the one thing the fucking knight cares about. Now it's time for a double kill. And then, after everybody else is dead, these two finally shack up. This fucking knight. There we go. Hooray! Ghost Queen can just look mad from the sidelines. There we go! Jobs are good'un! Jobs are good'un. Whew! So, Will, how was your Thursday? Well, E3 died, and I spent the entire evening trying to get a wet blanket night to sleep with a maid and dealing with polyamorous gnomes. Alright. And now, last but by no means least, dear friends, the ceremony. Ooh. Oh shit, we just got a crown. Check us the fuck out. Epilogue. Let me get my fancy voice on. Marvelous! Throughout these pages, you've created tales of love, ambition, intrigue, and vengeance. You have proven yourself worthy of the crown and the title of Storyteller. Now, it is time to close this book and ponder the possibilities of the future and go fill the pages of your own story. The fucking end. Library of Babel, Storyteller Tome. Oh, no, hang on. Library of Babel, Storyteller Tome. I can't read those. Well, congratulations to Daniel, Jeremiah, and Zype, you fucking legends. Everybody at Annapurna for bringing us this, and fucking yo! I mean, Hunter, that is a lesson. Sorry, Hunter says, I don't know if this story has taught me anything, other than that people with a crown don't last long. The visuals were beautiful, the music was glorious, and I understand that I'm asking a lot, but I do understand the frustrations of some of the individuals saying this game is too short, because I want more. I feel like I could have stood for a little bit more complexity towards the end, but... Oh yeah, also that gnomes are strange. And then Edgar Allan Poe. It's definitely not someone to stick around with if you want to, you know, keep living. Oh, what a wild day. E3 died, we played a story game, things are strange. Is it me or did the credits just lap us? You should. You should be painting. Think of all your tiny grey minis. Oh yeah, it is lapping, okay. Dustin, I do imagine a speedrun of this game. Because it must be like Fury clicking and moving things. That'd be wild. You know what, Hunter? That's a good point. I think that if this game had gone on too much longer without mechanics, you're right, it would have gotten tired. The only thing I would have thought is the idea of creating legacy through objects. I mean, I guess I'm just cribbing from the Case of the Golden Idol, but the idea of, like, you know, the gun was used by the Baron on the Duchess, and that gun was then taken to here with the ghosts that come with it, or what have you. What a wonderful little game. And Baron, are you talking about the one you did from the Borderlands one? Because that looked fucking great. I'm still trying to get my next painting piece together. I'm in that situation where I have a lot of... where was I? Projects that I want to do, and I'm struggling, maybe not so much to find time, but to justify. Because there's a lot of things I need to do, like GDC follow-ups, more fucking taxes, make a lot of very, very important calls and whatnot. And I should really be doing those things, so I've been finding it hard to justify. Ragnar, I do have a new Gundam project that I'm doing one of the remechanics. So the idea is, if you haven't seen them, where's the box? Oh yeah, here it is. Alright, so it's these Mother Hubbards. Hang on, let me move to just chatting and finish my bounty. Because this was a beautiful game, and the fact that we got paid for that Mother Hubbard is lovely. Alright, so yeah. So I've been currently working on this one. And this one's special because, I think, where's the best place to show you? Okay, this side, yeah. So, this particular kit, you build the internal model first. And then you clip on all the armor and accessories. So it is wonderful for painting. Because all I need to do is do like a really nice job on those particular like cream panels and go from there. Let me have some chiltendo as we're heading out for the evening. So I really want to do something with that, but it's just mentally justifying that when there's a lot of things that I need to be doing that are boring and sensible. You'll know how it is. Oh, Ragnar, you're asking about Longship Gunpla. How many months is it to June? Because we could have like G3 the second. Now E3 is dead. I tell you what, we'll talk about it either tomorrow or later on streams, but we'll judge to see if peeps want to do another Gundam building contest based on video games. We'll always have E3. Oh, wait. When E3 got cancelled last year, for those of you that are newer here, we hosted G3. And G3 was a contest whereby people were given a games company or publisher, and they were allowed to do a custom Gundam model based on that. And we had some incredible ones. Last year, the winner was IO Interactive. Someone did a Hitman Gundam. Actually, shit, I've got the pictures here. Let me just fucking show you. It was incredible. I did a Devolver Digital one that wasn't great, but it was pretty good. We also let people draft their teams, so it wasn't random out of a hat, which I thought was real good. All right, where was it? E3 Bowl, rest in peace. G3 Gundam Building Contest. Here we go. Yeah, so here was the winning entry from last year. IO Interactive, which was Wolfcrad's work, and they basically did like Zaku 70, Agent 47, yeah, Zaku 47. Even had the little barcode in the back, and it was really well done. Like, this was the winning shot. Because the idea is you get to submit 3 pictures of your work. The only rules were keep it to like the smaller scale Gundam kits, the 144, so you don't have to spend a lot of money. But you all should have seen some of the others. Well, you know what? Fuck it. We'll just go through it. So this was the Bandai Namco. This was Fearless's work, which was a combination of... it was a combination of like a bunch of FromSoft stuff. So you can see the Ace Combat wings in the background, the Moonlit Ultra Greatsword, which was gorgeous. It's a fucking great setup. There's a better shot of the Moonlit Ultra Greatsword there. And that was using the standard Gundam. Capybara Games, i.e. Swords and Sorcery EP, did this absolute banger. Like, y'all are scary talented. And then the CA one was fascinating because I stated scale, but like customization and pits were allowed. So this one was put together with a combination of like Lego bricks and some additional like painted stuff. There's a really fascinating blend of a lot of like Creative Assembly eras. Now, Kaimball came in very close second with Crows. Kaimball did the Stanley Parable Ultra Gundam. And like, instead of a shield, it's the bucket design like, vote Kindball for G3. The little guinea pig painting, the diorama. The diorama was entirely allowed. And just this shot was so well put together. Mine was probably the weakest of the entries, but this was, like, I picked up this... Actually, no, this kit was bought for me because I thought it was perfect for Devolver, right? And then the Devolver Digital press conference actually had a mech in it. But I did, like, you know, check a look, and I did some details on there, and, like, the DD for Devolver Digital. Like I said, it was just a Gundam model kit with some additional little decal stuff. I could have done better. Higher interactive. You saw Nintendo. Check this shit out. It's motherfucking Kirby. Kirby eats Barbatus. Absolutely brilliant. And then the rare one wasn't finished, but you can see what they were aiming for. The goal was going to be a Banjo-Kazooie build. So the wings, the weapon, was going to have like a Banjo-Kazooie paint style, which I thought was really cool. Team Cherry, I think, was the second place entry. With basically a Hollow Knight bug Gundam. And while the nail did break on like the day of photography, you can see what they were going for. The way it worked is that each one was kind of like each one was held in like a knockout bracket, which I thought worked really well. And this was Warner Brothers, which took like a traditional Gundam model and just caked it in blood. The idea of like a Gundam that's just done a Mortal Kombat finisher. Yeah, that was really good. Actually, do we have the holo? Do we have the... No, I don't think they're here. Because we also did a Halloween contest that went really fucking well. Spooky Gundams, that was it. There were fewer for the Spooky Gundams, but these were fucking great. So this was my entry for last time. I was based around Ash from the Evil Dead. So Chainsaw, like the jeans and khakis. We had the Undead Unicorn. Kindball's winning entry, which was Sea of Thieves. Like the Sea of the Damned captain. Fearless did Nemesis from Resident Evil, which was fucking great. And then we had this like Tau Oogie Boogie, which was fucking inspired. And then Eric trolling a lot of us with the Invisible Man Gundam Endless Waltz. Which was in keeping with the rules. It was in keeping. So yeah, if we decide to do another one of those, I'll have a ponder. I do think we should give poor E3's corpse a chance to rest before we declare it gone. Because here's the thing, I do know friends that are working on it, and so last year it was funny because they were they were postponing E3 for a year so they could kind of get their feet back under them and like rework it. Whereas this time they're like, nah, it's not happening this year. And like, it might be dead, you know what I mean? So it's not at the same level of whimsy as what if G Gundam but the games industry. Yeah, Ragnar, we could do it in honor of. That's not a bad shout. That's not a bad shout. Anyway, friendos, I think this is a good place to bring our adventures to a close this evening. It's been a fucking great day, and you all have been fucking wonderful. So, tomorrow. Tomorrow is Sea of Thieves, but I'm going to be sailing with a different crew. This is going to be basically our last of the GDC chat shows. So, to mix it up, I've invited 3 GDC survivors to jump onto the high seas and sail with me. So, Nessa, you know. Star, you'll know from chat, but I don't think they've been on the show. And also, Will, who worked on Before Your Eyes, will be joining me aboard the Alone in the Shark. And we will be sailing for mischief and nonsense. Will and Star haven't played a lot. Me and Nessa have played too much. So it'll be a nice blend of a crew. Now, this is not the end of the Redacre Survival Pirates, and Fiona, I believe, will be hosting a counter-pirate nonsense on their channel, so it should be very entertaining. But if you'd like to get more perspectives on GDC and hear some more stories, or just incoherent screaming as we hunt down megalodons, I fucking gotcha. And then Saturday, I have no idea what's happening, because I didn't know if I was going to get sick this week or not. I think by tomorrow morning I'll know if I got the bad load, so stay tuned. I tell you, I feel run down as hell, but not ill. The exhaustion is very real. Trying to think if there's anything else I need to tell you all. Like, nah. Next week is the 5th anniversary of the Longship. Thursday next week, we will have officially been in operation for 5 years. And we've outlived a lot of projects. We've outlived a lot of games and a lot of dumb ideas, and I'm very proud of that. So, yeah. Yeah. I don't think I've got anything else to add, friends. Naru, as always, like, the honor and the privilege is mine. I'll do credits in a second, but I'm sorry I spend the end of these streams kind of, like, saying the same stuff. It's just, things are very challenging for us. We are fucking struggling, but we're doing it. Like, we're not dead yet, despite everything the world keeps throwing at us. And more so now than I think, more than... I guess a little bit more than when I was on Ket's couch, because, like, you know, there are tiny furry animals that rely on me. I really do feel it on the daily. So, thank you, all of you. It's a fucking honor and a privilege to be your mech pilot of choice, your streamer in the seat. And again, I'm sorry I sound like a broken record every time. It's just, it's a fucking privilege to be here, alright? I fucking think about it every damn day. So thank you. Right! And to that end, today I would like to thank the following people very specifically for throwing actual cash money dollars to keeping this whole operation going. Because this has been a wild day, but certainly a good one. So to Bacon Avenger, Air Dragon, Erriman, to Punspector, Dandelion, and Fearless Sun, to Wolfcrad, to Dust in Your Eyes, to Keldra, and also, for the lovely drawing, Naru Hoodie and Vanderbeast, Ragnar Steiner and Angel Kalina, Legend of Morad, like all of you. You know, bits and donations are what keep this whole thing afloat. Thank you. Those that resubbed, were hunted by House Carl. I'd like to thank Dandelion, Tyler the Designer, Ulven Magi, to Sneaker, Rikami and Gil, and to both Kestrel and the Hunter, and specifically the real Hunter, because the Unreal Hunter didn't make it. No, seriously, thank you for the raids. Makes the numbers go up, and it makes Mr. Twitch happy. So, fucking yo. Right, and on the subject of making numbers go up and making Mr. the Twitch happy, who can I pass you to? Right. Okay. So here are my offers to you, friends. I can offer you Dredge. I can offer you Hunt Showdown. I did Valheim yesterday. All right, let's see if these people. I'm trying to find a third for your selections. Of course, the adverts are all rolling. Bear with me just a second. There's always one, Hunter. That's all it takes. Okay, so here are your choices, friends. Here are your choices. Dredge, Hunt Showdown, or Unhinged Pixel Art. Now, I will say, while Hunt Showdown doesn't usually strike, it is... if you haven't seen it, it is an interesting title to watch. I'll definitely say that. And... again, friends, the reason why I always ask you all based on what you want to watch rather than who is that any given evening, there are 10 people I'd love to introduce you to. And I don't follow people who I either don't know or don't watch. So finding who to raid into at the end of the evening is always a challenge. I'm never hurting for people, and if I ask you lot who we go into, then I can at least say honestly that I'm not picking favourites on Friendos. And I know some people are avoiding watching Dredge to play it themselves. Now, the individual in question has just started, so it's not too bad for spoilers. But, like, I've just cleared the 3rd area in Dredge. And I'm very curious to see how it's going to unfurl. Okay. In that case, I'm going to make an executive decision. I'm going to pass you over to Marty Cow. Because they have the smallest amount of people going. And I'm not a big fan of... okay, no, I do like Hunt Showdown. I'm not good enough to play it well, so I can live vicariously through others. If you haven't seen Hunt Showdown, it is one of the most interesting aesthetics for mainstream shooty gunbang. And if you're very good at shooters, it's a wonderful game. If, like me, however, you have killed your reaction speeds through gin and bad sleep patterns, it can get a bit frustrating to get clapped on the regular. But Marty Cow is very good. And they are super cool, and they are a fellow Red Acre survivor. So, if you haven't seen it, ask them about their Blackout Club tattoo. So yeah. Yeah. This has been a wild and wonderful day. So, thank you all. I have no idea if I'll be able to be on Discord and hanging, but I think there's a squad of peeps already playing Sea of Thieves, so if you need some company with pirates, we feckin' got you. Yeah, I think that's the long and short of it. Piracy tomorrow. Thank you for a good time. Oh, I'm gonna make a cup of tea and just stare at the wall for a bit. It's all fucking wild. Alright, have a lovely rest of your evening. To be continued. Good night. I'm still terrible at ending streams. It's like a chronic problem. Like a long goodbye.